Good night, good evening, good morning, good whatever it is to all of you. Welcome to another show, man. It's a pleasure being here with you guys once again. And you know that tonight is slated to be a big night from a Jamaican perspective, and also from track and field fans, people that are really in tune to track and field. They're really looking forward to tonight. So tonight is slated to be a big one, and I'm here with you guys right now. Hopefully, I'll be joined by a few fellas soon. But hey, we're here, man, and thanks to everybody for tuning in so far. Shane Atkinson, big up yourself. Blade Brown, big up yourself, same way. And here's Shane Atkinson saying that we don't want to put too much pressure on SHERICKA tonight about the record. If she break it, she break it. We do not want to put any pressure on her. This is our first time 200-meter final. Here's also Laron Clark asking what time is the final. So the final is 9:35 p.m. Jamaica time. So that's 9:35 Jamaica time. That's 10:35 EST. So yeah. Shasha Lee, welcome and welcome. So Saha Lee. Sorry. So Saha Lee saying that so why everybody is singing on SHERICKA and naturally because SHERICKA has been the better 200-meter runner in the event this year. So I mean that's the reason why a lot of people are singing on her. And then again, before I get any further, before I shout out the rest of people on the stream and all of that, let's take a minute to big up our sponsors. Let's get medical as you can see. There's their logo in the top right hand corner. So big up Let's Care Medical, big up Let's Care Optical. Thanks again, man. Thanks for everything that you have done so far. So let's keep the support coming. And guys, remember, as you join the chat, ensure that you leave a like on the stream. Ensure that you like up the video, man. Ensure that you subscribe as well. So go ahead and do the right thing. Lee saying that Jamaica 1, 2, 3. Audrey Shaw, good night. Kellyanne Whittingham, good night as well. Glenn Whittington, big up yourself. Guys, again, the finals is at 9:35 p.m. Jamaica time. So, yes, people, lots of interesting things to look forward to. But before we get to those 200 meters, in which I'm going to open the phone line so you guys can call in and give me your take on the 200-meter final, both for the men and women, because I know that you guys really want to have your say. So shortly, I'll open the phone line so everybody can call in and just leave their voices and their predictions. So Caroline Williams, big up yourself. Albert, big up yourself as always. Pudgy, big up. Zibev, welcome once again, man. Big up, big up, big up. And Tariq, yes, man. As a matter of fact, I can go ahead and open the phone line as we speak right now. So, guys, you can go ahead and call in and let your voices be heard. So, the number is also running across the screen, so you guys can just call into that number and let your voice be heard. So, I'm just going to pin the number at the top of the chat. So let's go ahead and do it. So the number is now in the chat, so you guys can go ahead and call. But shortly upon the chat will be the women in the 800 meter, and when we look at the field and what they're transpired. So yeah, this is the timetable for today. So first up is the javelin throw qualification, then the 800 meter heats for the women, then the 5,000 meters for men, and this is the heats again, and the men's triple jump, in which for the women's 800 meter, Jamaica has 3 competitors: Natalia Gould, Christian Garden Powell, and Adele Tracy. In the triple jump for men, Jamaica has one participant in Jordan Scott. Then a little bit later on, it will be the 800-meter semis for the men. Then the big two, the women's 200-meter and then the men's 200-meter. So a lot of interesting things to get through. But let's take a look at the 800-meter now for women. As I said, you guys can go ahead and call in and let your voice be heard. You can start right now, as a matter of fact. You can go ahead and call in right now. But what are you want you guys to do? Tell me what has been your moment of the World Champ so far. One particular moment that has stood out, because there's been a lot of talk about the meet itself that it has been really low key and all that. But in terms of performance wise, or probably some stupidity that has happened, what has stood out for you guys so far? I found the situation in the 3,000 meters steeplechase for the men a bit bizarre when the cameraman basically came onto the track and the athletes had to run around him in order to not collide. So that for me has been a bad thing about this championship in terms of organization and all of that. So yes, that was the moment that has stood out for me in terms of bad moment. But in terms of good moments, at 1, 2, 3 in the 100-meter for women, yes, we expected some sort of faster time, but it never happened. And as I said that, we have a caller. All right, so caller, good night. Give us a name and you can tell us where you're calling from as well.
Good night, everyone. I'm in the States. It's Tyreek again.
All right, we're going from.
I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you remember calling last week, and I made a prediction about that 200 with CHAMPS, and he literally was laughing at me.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that prediction about the 200 with Shelly with that 21.6?
Correct.
All right. So I think my moment for the championships thus far would have to be Shelly and Fraser Price getting that fifth global 100-meter title, because that's unheard of, right?
Correct.
And also, I think that apart from tonight, what's about to happen, I think this 200 meters for women is the most anticipated moment of this World Championships. I mean, this is buzzing everywhere. So I think that championship record going down in a 21 or low, a 21-3 high, that will be the moment of the championship. So it has yet to happen, but so far it's definitely Shelly in that 100. And as it regards to prediction, I believe
All right,
the
hold on, hold on,
layman's
hold on,
on.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. All right, so I'm going
Okay.
to let you go ahead and give a prediction, but I want to ask you a question about that same championship record time that you expect. So, don't you think that with all being equal, let's say they get in between a 1.5 to 1.9 thereabouts, allowable win, you don't think that the world record could be challenged tonight?
All right, here why I think the world record probably will stand until later on in the season when they do a one-half race. I think it all boils down to the lane draw. Shericka gets a lane 4. Had she been in 7 or 6, then definitely I would say so. But I don't think she's going to go 21.34. I'm the most I'm putting it is a 21.38 or 21.39. I don't think because of the lane draw, I think that is what's going to stop her. And also, I'm not sure what the weather is like in Eugene at this present moment. But bearing everything well, I think that's why I said championship record 21-4 low, 21-3 high. That's what I'm
Fair, fair,
predicting.
fair, fair. Um,
Yeah.
in regards to your prediction, you can just go ahead and give me a prediction and tell me why you picked those three to finish in whatever order.
All right. As I said before, Shericka, um, Shericka is going to go that fast because Elaine is not Elaine. Shelly is going to pull her around that bend. Shelly is going to go off like a rocket. And
Yeah,
being
yeah.
that she's now able to hold firm in this 200 meter, I don't see her dying in the straight. I see her holding and pulling Shericka. And Shericka will have to catch her and go past her in that last 50 meters. I see Shelly doing a 21.69 to a 21.60 thereabout for her. It would be incredible if she could tap into the 21.5 range as well. And for third place, Elaine went on a live this evening, and not this evening, this morning, and she said that she will be giving it her all, and she's going to be medaling. So you can't count out a champion, and I'm sure she's not appreciative of not being in the conversation, people doubting her and her husband and all that stuff. So I'm pretty sure. I hope she call up BCB and get the secret recipe to get a medal out of Lane too, because she's going to have to go off like a rocket. I'm kind of happy that she has everyone inside. She's going to have to jump on Dina Asher Smith from the get-go and use her to pace herself coming around the bend, and then just just bring it home fast in the final 100. She has to go run like she hear news or so, because being that she has the tighter curve to run, so she's going to have to do some serious running on that curve coming around to put herself in a decent position to slingshot, and then having sights on everybody, pace herself and get the medal. So I'm 90% sure that 1, 2, 3 is possible. For third place, I'm not putting Dina there. I see everyone saying Dina for third, Dina for third. If you watch over that 200-meter semi-final, Dina went all out. Dina deep, Dina 2 hands, fling cross the line. That deep, Dina buck. Elaine miscalculated the race and thought that, Dina go all out, so she probably just need an automatic qualifier. Didn't see Clark. So I'm believing, I wouldn't even be surprised if Elaine get the silver and Shelley the bronze, because I believe Elaine is the only one that know, not the only one, the second person that knows what a 21.5 feels like. So I think that she can go at 21.6 or at least at 21.7 low as well. I don't see Clark or anybody else being in that position. And if I'm being honest with you, the only person that I think could rival the Jamaicans in this 200 meters to the highest extent, I would probably have to give it to Clark or Senai or Sini.
So guess what? You just killed my next question now, because that is what I was going to ask you. That if there's anybody that could possibly,
not James. Go again.
I was about to ask you that if there's anyone that could possibly upset the 1, 2, 3, who would you have? And you basically said it already.
Yes, Clark or Senai. I don't see Dina getting there. I don't think she's in that mental space. She will try to fight, but I think this one is a bit much for her. I don't see that happening. I really don't, and I don't think Elaine wants to finish off the podium and watch SHERICKA and Shelley run around the stadium and smile. She wants to be a part of that, even if they're not, so friendly. She wants to be a part of that historic sweep. So I'm believing she is everything into this 200 meters, and I do think that she will do something special as well.
All right, boss. I appreciate the call, man. Lots of insights.
And what about the 100? What about the 2 for the men? I have a prediction for that as
well. Man, you can go ahead and give it, man.
All right. No one else cannot lose at 200. I don't know why everybody jumping on this 93.
I'm about to stop you there now, because a long time I follow night now my boys on night I work with.
All right, so if you want to make a host on it tonight,
no, boss. No, I don't want to remain. I don't want to be homeless.
Right. So I'm not going to make it. No one else is not losing that 200 meters tonight. Not today, not tomorrow.
Yes, not
right now. Not right now. Maybe next year, but not right now. Y'all boils down to the lane draws as well. I think Lyles got the better lane. Knighton has a tighter curve, and being that Lyles has the best top end speed, he's going to run a good bend, and I don't think they'll be able to catch him.
Okay, fair.
So I have Lyles from Knighton. It's a possible sweep for them as well. However, of the 3, Bednarek is the weakest link, and I see Richards. I would love to say Jeremy Richards is in the conversation. However, I never liked the way he ran that semi-final. So I'm going to say either Fanbule or what's that other guy would be able to. That I really like the way that, but the guy with the blue hair, man. I think if them going get then somebody going to spoil that sweep, it would be either Fanbole or that other guy. But it looks like it's going to be a sweep for them as
Ogando.
well. And as regards to
Uganda, you're
time,
talking?
yeah, yeah. And as regards to time, I'm calling a 9:45, no faster.
19th. 19 how much?
No faster than that. 4-5.
Okay.
No faster.
All right. Appreciate the
Yes,
call,
and
fam.
Kims and I will have to have a conversation after the women's 200 because trust me, things have really, really changed. If you look on it 3 weeks ago, everybody has said, Shelly, if you go put on the double, you cannot do it, you're too old. And I was the only one fighting everybody,
Yeah, man. You said
telling
it.
them that
You
this
said it.
lady is up to something, our coach is up to something, him not have a double unless him see something special. So, Kim Steiner and I will have to have a conversation
All right. So,
after
so,
that.
so here what, Terry. After the
Yeah.
200-meter final, I'm going to open
Yes.
back the phone lines again so you guys can call in because by then I'm 90% sure that Kims will be here. So at that time, you can just call in back, man, and just go at him if you choose to.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Respect,
Respect,
everyone.
family.
Yeah.
All right. As always, refer to this man as I call him the bad Spaniard.
Yes,
Got
sir. What's up? What's up?
interesting night ahead,
Yeah,
man. Lots of
lightning night
interesting
tonight.
action.
Eugene is gonna be on fire.
And it's already on fire because it's hot.
Yeah, it's already on fire. And
But
Sherry,
hold on.
yeah,
Big
go
up to the
ahead,
people
man.
in chat, man. Big up Shana McDonald, big up Fireheart, big up LC, Fresh God, big up SLC and my family. And big up to everybody that is currently watching and not commenting. I encourage you guys to go ahead and comment. And also, come on. It doesn't take 10 seconds to just simply touch that like button. It's easy, easy, easy. Easy to just touch the like button and the subscription button, not costing you a dime. So
Yeah,
come on, guys.
sometimes you see the amount of viewers and it doesn't match the likes. You feel as if it's some robots watching. So just do the right thing, people, so we know it's not robots watching. Touch the like
True.
button so we know it's real people watching. And because it when you say like the stream and you don't see any likes coming in, you feel like it's some robot, like no one is watching you. So do the right thing, people, and like the stream
That
and
is it.
subscribe if you didn't subscribe.
That is it, man. But
Yeah.
the 800-meter for women will be on track soon. So let me just look at it quickly. It starts in the next 4 minutes. So in the first heat, we have Gemma Riki from Great Britain. We have Weltije from Ethiopia. We have Maswaya from Kenya, Rodriguez from Uruguay, Luisa Real from Mexico, Adele Tracy from Jamaica, Lindsay Butterworth from Canada, and Martanen from Finland. So it's the first three that qualifies automatically, and the next three fastest times. So where I'm about to start, Chris, is that Adele Tracy, she competed in the women's 1500 meter, made it to the semifinals, and she was thereabouts right in the home stretch until she got past the in her semis. But looking at her now, and I mean the 800 is not her strongest event. However, do we realistically believe that she can progress to the semifinals? Because the thing about this event is that we have three women in there, and I believe that at least one of them, if they run well, especially Gould, we can get a finalist. So, what say you about Adele Tracy?
Yeah, I think she advanced to the next round. As you can see, it's the first three and then the next six fast and then the six fastest time. Obviously, she's no match for the likes of the Kenyan, but she will advance to the semi-final. I have to wait on her. I would like to watch how she run this one and then see how she go about it.
Facts, man.
And then we can give predictions and semifinals onwards. But I think she should advance.
I agree. And the thing about it is that when I watch how she ran at the trials, because she ran at the Jamaican trials, and I mean, when I looked at that field, man, that track was soaking wet on that night. And they really wanted to go the 159, but the weather decided to say, yo, you know what, not tonight. And she finished third behind Natalia Gola and Christian Garden Powell. And she has actually impressed so far. And I mean, she has Jamaican roots and all that because, yeah, a lot of people are saying that it's because she can't make the Great Britain team. Why she come switch back allegiance to Jamaica? Because, yeah, she has tried and it hasn't worked. But then, if you look at it from another standpoint, she was the third fastest athlete for Great Britain in that 1500 meter, and she still go ahead and made the change. So I'm really looking forward to great things from her. And what would satisfy me is a PB. I know that she's not in the conversation when it comes down to winning the event itself because I know that there are ladies that are better than her right now in the event. But in terms of a PB, those are things that she can really take forward into her career. So that's all I'm looking for tonight, a PB, and I'm good.
Yeah, anytime athletes come to championships and give their best, a PB is a sign that they did give their best. Or a season best sometimes is something that give you motivation going forward. Just case in point, Jai lied. Going forward, obviously, making the final, that's a boost of confidence for him because when you go to a final, it just feels as if the hard work really it wasn't just for nothing. It was for something. He went to the final. He earned a bigger paycheck. He's going to earn a lane in Diamond Leagues. So he's more marketable now and all of that. So
Facts.
PB should be good for, like I say.
All right, so the event is off, and based on the stagger out front, Welty J is actually leading, and behind there seemingly is the athlete from Finland, that's Martinen, and behind them is the athlete from Kenya, that's Messiah. So they're coming to the home stretch for the first time, and it's Welty J of Ethiopia that is currently leading the event. She's trying to build up a little lead, try to get a little gap between her and the rest of the pack. Currently, Adele Tracy is in the middle. She's bunched up with quite a few athletes, and she's right there. And Jemariki, I would love for her to actually make it through, man, because as I said, she has had a decent season. So, as we speak, they're on the back stretch, and Welty J is opening a gap on the rest of the field. Tracy trying to make a move along with the athlete from Kenya. But here comes Jemariki moving down into second. And if you really look at what they have done this season, these two ladies have been the better of the two. So Adele Tracy is now in third spot. So she's trying to get that third automatic qualification spot. And as it stands, she is about to make it if she can manage to hold on. And actually, she will. She's actually trying to close in on Jemariki. So that's Welty J ahead of Jemariki, ahead of Adele Tracy. So Adele Tracy makes it through to that semi-final. Lovely, lovely, lovely stuff, man. That's what we love to see. So Welty J takes the event ahead of Jemariki, ahead of Adele Tracy, ahead of Butterworth from Canada. So good going for Adele. Makes it through to the next round. And there she was hugging Jemariki. And as I said, both these ladies were teammates at one point. Lovely stuff. I thought she did fairly well in that race. I mean, to
Yeah,
start. Go ahead, go ahead.
yeah, no surprise. Like I said, she's decent at 800 meters. She's not one of the worst. As you know, like I said, the 1500 is her best event, but she's not bad. I mean, she run with a smile. I just love watching her run. She
Truth.
yeah, she's trying to like she's fighting, but she's smiling. Like it's a joy to watch her run. Even in the 1500, it was like that. So happy to see her go through and hoping that she have something left in the tank and even make it to the finals.
Correct. Demo, yeah, if you look back at the race, you could probably say that if she looked up at the screen and saw that she was clear in terms of in the third spot, she could have probably slowed down a bit. But I guess maybe it's her momentum that just followed through and she just decided to carry on. And who knows, maybe she was trying to go after after her PB. Because you know that you have certain athletes that loves to go after PB in the heat. So who knows if that and actually she ran a PB, that's what 159.20. So it's a PB for her. That's good. Yeah. She ran a PB 159.20, and that's what I'm talking about. This
And
is what
that's
champion.
motivation again going into the
Exactly.
semifinal. Because you're going to get a DRS, so she's going to feel as if everything is good. And remember, athletes are running under coaches' instructions sometimes, you know. Sometimes we might think that athletes should slow down, but coaches, coaches who are genius at the thing more than us, they give instruction as how to run. For instance, Elaine at one point in the Olympics, Stephen Francis asked her to run away that she would get lane 7 or 8. He wanted her in that lane. So she didn't necessarily need to win the race or anything. But people with, like I said, athletes, they run under coaches' instructions. So sometimes it's not running carelessly or not being smart about the run, but just following your coach sometimes.
That's the truth. Akil, what going fam?
Good night.
Thing bless.
Yeah, man, I'm a good man.
Why are you smiling? Because Abby not medaling tonight?
No,
I'm going to tell Kim, the key man here smiling because Abby not medaling tonight.
okay. to be honest, you know, as I said before, I believe that the Jamaican women will sweep. Why let me tell you why I made the change. Because actually initially I didn't have Shelly to medal because I thought she was going to lose the 100 meters. But after I saw her winning the 100, I know so Shelly now run the 200 and not medal. So that's why I changed my position from Prandini to Jamaica sweeping the 200 meters. And I still stand by it. So I'm not worried. But I just want to highlight something though. You guys know that you noticed that she actually ran faster than Steiner.
Who?
The shame again, Prandini. She ran a faster time than Steiner in the semis, but she got the wrong heat. There you go.
What did she run? Did she run what was it again?
She ran
22:08.
22:08, yes. 22:08. That rough in the stars. Yo.
Let's say it's like the athlete that ran 45.02 last night in the 400 meter for men and didn't make it to the final.
Well, no man, that not rough man. You know we're rough when Mort run 48.5 and then make it 9 final, but Jackie will run 49, make it. That rough.
Well, as I always said, you know, it's just the draw that actually makes a lot of these things work. And we're not joined by the Statsman as well. I'll go on Statsman.
There, there, brother. Big up to everybody on the panel. Big up to everybody watching.
All right. And also we're joined by Cade, who seems like he has all a fade. Probably all a beard as well. One fade.
How you doing, gentlemen? We're hoping to have a national, many times national champion Kenia Sinclair to join us. We'd hope she would have been here already. I don't know what her schedule is like, but she might join us at some point. It would have been good to get her commentary on the female 800 meters. As you know, she's a World Indoor Championship silver medalist, CHC silver medalist, many times national championship, has been world finalist, Olympic finalist. So talking about somebody with some real good experience to kind of break down the women 800 meters for us. But nevertheless, we're here. At some point, I'm sure she'll come when she can.
Definitely. We're also now joined by the man that sometimes calls himself a rabbit, sometimes call himself the doctor, and sometimes the man just changing him all over. And I'm talking about a man that realistically believes that one Shericka Jackson will break this world record. I'm talking about none other than Dr. Shakes. Welcome, boss.
Well, go on. I changed the name. The name is Shericka tonight.
Honestly, Shakes, I wish I could actually upload
Shake Scott.
I wish I could have uploaded what's it called, the GIF, the Jiffy, yeah. I
Yeah.
wish I could actually upload it because I have one that says jackpot, jackpot.
Yeah, man.
Jackpot.
Yeah.
But big up, man. E2 is actually on track and is currently running. So the athlete from Australia is currently leading. That's Bissett. Bissett leading ahead of one of my favorite athletes, Keely Hodgkinson. I expect Hodgkinson to come through and win this one. Probably ahead of Bissett and Hoffman from Switzerland, but let's see.
But I just want to make a point. I remember somebody was saying. I don't remember where side, but I remember somebody was saying that when SHERICKA ran the 21.67, it was the easiest 21.67 that they have ever seen, right? And it made me realize that track and field is really an ungrateful sport.
Oops.
Can I ask?
Oops. Damn.
What happened?
The athletes bumped into each other like almost all of them almost fell over.
Oh snap! And the heat slow too. Anyways, I want to ask you guys a question, the panelists. Which 21.6 looked easier? Elaine last year in the semifinals of in Tokyo, or SHERICKA this year?
SHERICKA.
SHERICKA won for me, man. Like while watching the race in real time, like looking at SHERICKA and at the point at which she started to ease up and started to take real control of the race, I would not have expected that her time would have been 21.6. I swear to you.
I would have to go back. And watch the race because recency bias can chip in, and it's easy for me to say SHERICKA. I could just go and say, when I say SHERICKA, like the commentary was saying, you couldn't tell it was a 21.6, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But recency,
Right.
that's recency bias if I don't go back and watch Elaine race. Like I can go back and watch Elaine race, and then I might think that Elaine is the easier because obviously, form has a lot to do with how easy you look and die. When an athlete tends to look relaxed and all of that, and I think Elaine is that person. So that's why I don't really want to say SHERICKA, because I might just go back and watch Elaine, and I might just go with her. But I'll watch it quick.
Yeah,
Easy
man.
race to find.
Yeah, man. For me, I love SHERICKA, but I still have to give it to Elaine because Elaine ran that 21.6 in lane 9, and she ran a 21.6 in lane 9, and she had run the heats of the 200 in the morning, and then came back in the afternoon and run. So, but still, 21.67 looking as comfortable as SHERICKA, it really was impressive. But for me, like, I'm putting recency bias aside. I still think that Elaine's 21.66 last year at the Tokyo Olympics was much smoother than SHERICKA's.
All right, so Akil, here's why I say SHERICKA looks more easier. She ran 21.67, right? And if you actually watch the race in depth, you could tell that she has way more left in that tank. Especially to the latter part of the race, you could actually see it. It was clear. And then people might say, oh, yeah, she had the wind reading and all that. It's not about wind reading or anything of that sort. It's basically how the person looked. That is what we're going off. We don't business about the time. So remove the time out of the equation if so be the case, right?
I agree.
When you look at both races just for race sake, Elaine exerted more energy in that time that she ran versus what SHERICKA did at this event. And
Lavon, why do I disagree with you?
Yeah, that's why I tell Levan
I disagree with you.
he
but
has to go back and watch that race.
You know, my name
just
is
watch that
Farmbook.
race, and you wouldn't say that, Levan, if you
No,
go back and watch it.
my name is Farmbook, right? We all know that.
yeah,
because
so Ken, here's why you're going to go with farm book. Because you love to watch Elaine's farm. And of course she has the best farm.
I'm not talking that type of farm, actually. I'm talking, when I say farm book, I'm talking about what one would have done throughout the season in terms of running season's best, personal best year development from 400 to 150 to 200 all the way down. So, and based on that form book, Elaine is not too far a shot for the bronze, and I'm saying it here. Yes, I'm saying it. In her semi-final, she
No,
did
no,
she
no,
ran
kid. I don't think you're getting what we're talking about, man.
yeah,
We're talking about the 21.6 that Shericka ran
right.
versus the 21.5 that Ilian ran at the Olympics. Which one of them looks?
No
Oh,
man, the 21.66 that Elaine ran in the
Yeah,
semifinals.
21.66. Yeah.
you're saying which one would have looked more
Impressive,
impressive?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
That Shericka run by far. Any
Let me
coach
add
I have
Um,
this.
researched you, he would have tell you the same thing. That Shericka run was very easy,
Let
very
me
easy.
add this, Levon. It's gonna be easier for Shericka. You know why? Because Shericka is a 400-meter runner. So you see, in terms of endurance, she has more to give going over 200 meters. The only thing that somebody can beat Shericka with over the first 100 meters is speed,
back out speed.
because she's not a 10-6 runner yet,
Uh,
right?
Mm-hmm.
She's still a 10-7 runner. However, her form is so impressive over the last one, let's say after the 120-meter mark, so the
120.
80 meters left in the race,
Mm-hmm.
she is just phenomenal. Where most times when a runner is running 200 meters, you might see different gears that are phases that a runner has. But for Shericka is literally so smooth throughout her race. She has even distribution right throughout the race. So she's just really running. Just running. So apart from the start, once she get into her running, she's literally running to the tape. And if you watch that race, she literally eased up from like 160 meters and ran 21.6, which is why I have her to break the world record tonight once all the conditions are right.
If they get that 2.0 win again, you're correct. She's going to run faster than
Kid,
25.
she no need 2.0. She just need 1.5.
She need a follow you there.
1.5.
1.5.
It's
so
the
Listen,
conditions are not ideal for sprinting, right? As far what I'm hearing out of
no man,
YouTube.
but kid, I know that, because guess what? And many people don't realize this, and I'm surprised because I haven't really been on the stream since what? Since Saturday or Friday, I believe. And I'm surprised that nobody has pointed out that, guess what? Quote unquote, the track. Everybody talks about the track being fast, but nobody's really talking about the fact that the World Championships is being held during a time when the American Championships are never held. So
we talk about that, Shakes, and we talk about the relay track.
it's
This is a new track. This is not the Oregon that everybody knew, the track that everybody
All
knew.
right, so
exactly.
gentlemen, give me a sec.
Go ahead.
We have a call online. Caller, good night. Give us a name and tell us where you're calling from, and then go ahead.
Blessed love, friends and family. The major listen up.
D Major.
Yeah, man, I follow the whole vibes from the
Oh, the
beginning of
major,
one.
big up yourself.
First and foremost, isn't it?
But hold on the D Major before you go any further, man. I know see I forgot drop a 1 inch of video for we do.
You know,
No,
guys,
man,
I'm gonna tell you something about D Major, you know. D
after
Major, I want to tell them something about you what they don't know. You want me to tell them something about you what them don't know? Years ago, guys, I was at Mr. Olivier, Mike Olivier track club in Jamaica, right? And I was an athlete there before I joined Racers. And D Major was a part of it, that track club running. So big up yourself. I remember you, sir.
Yeah, man, I love it, man. So it me use for my fitness and everything. Big up
Yeah,
yourself.
he was a part of the track club.
Every time. Yes, man. All right, so this Shericka thing, I think personally, this 200 meters, this female 200 meters is probably the race I'm looking forward to most in these championships. Why? Because the farm, you can see that Shericka Jackson is in. She's about to do something special tonight. I can bet anything on that right now.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? The 21.6 compared to Ilian's own. Ilian are one of my favorite athletes as well. Just like where our original name again when they are Kems.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ilian is smooth. It's not about being smooth though. You can see that Shericka has a lot more to give. And that is very scary. Watching back the slow motion replay of her semi-final, she she really look like she can break the world record tonight, you know?
Wow, big call artist.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Ilian is have one of the most beautiful
I'm
track
not saying
time to watch.
you know, but she have so much more left. She has so much more left, you know. And I think she is in, even though Stephen Francis said next year she's going to go, she probably in that farm of her life right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Shericka look like a monster. Yeah, man.
But your boy you do artist. I tell Rush Cadillac say he need to work on his fitness now because Rush Cadillac now gone good.
The boss rich and all, man.
You're still running now, you don't bother with it no more. I'm gone.
Go again, kid.
I asked Major if I'm still running or you don't bother with it anymore. He was a big part of it that track club.
Basketball,
Basketball, well, you still fit anyhow. That's good.
Yeah, man. After the, you know.
Yo, this man have a beautiful track farm too, you know. This man have a beautiful sprinting farm. He never fast still, but he had a good farm.
And that's
I tell them you never fast, but you had a beautiful farm. I remember Olivier telling me. I see what you love Ilian. But Ilian fast.
True. That matter know what he said. That's the reason why I forgot to do an intro video for we, man.
Yes.
I know words, man. No, man, definitely. I definitely will do that. Don't say a word, man.
Alright, boss, respect, man,
Yeah,
and
man.
love the support, man. Because somebody like I saw Cadillac say anything, man. So we love it, man. Respect,
Yeah, man.
family.
When you see Damien and Kathleen pop up in the chat, I see him, man. You see it?
Jano Star. I see a couple nights well in, man. Respect for that, man.
Yeah, man. Go and push the vibe, see him and keep the thing, you know, concise.
Alright,
The James are come try showing off, but that's all it,
Major Kim can do that tonight, you know.
Yes, please. Every time.
Alright, fam.
Kim can do that tonight. It is not the favorite tonight.
Here, Kems is asking for overtime at work. He doesn't want to come.
You realize, Levon, that from Shelly has won that 100 meters. Kim's really go quiet, you know. I've been tuning in and in the comment section, and even when you carry on the special guest, like I just see Kim sitting down very quiet and listening and nodding and saying yes. And I'm like, but sometimes when we say those same things that these athletes that you're bringing on and the special guest saying, Kim's objecting to it, and I just see the man nodding, and I'm like this man, I don't understand him. Kim's very strange.
All right, guys, I just want to say, I know it's very subjective, but if you don't go back and watch the Ilian Thompson race, I think it's unfair that the guy asks a question and we don't remember it. No, we don't remember Ilian. That was a some time ago. No, we don't remember it. But come on now. Ilian shut down. You know what they used to judge a race also? Our athlete look at the end. You know how much them exhaust. When you go back and look at that race, I bet you will change your mind.
Precisely. Like when I heard them make that comment, I was saying, you know, track and field is really ungrateful.
Alright.
Chris,
So hold on a second. So people, come on, 721 of you on the stream, come on, man. As a matter of fact, 737. Like up the video, man. The likes are not adding up. So as Chris said earlier, we don't want to feel like we're talking to robots. So come on, man. Like up the stream, subscribe, and drop a super chat if you feel like doing so as well. And I got a voice note, so here it goes.
Levon, all right. I'm probably this. I'm chipping in on the whole Shericka issue. All right. Shericka, she in the farm of her life right now, but yeah, still feels she have a lot of more improvement to give. Right? Now, she come from last year where she run spectacular, and she come back this year where she run even more spectacular. Yeah. Dillian, they can't say she not really have the farm which she have last year. If you check out the two races, the 21.66 and the 21.54 where Dillian won, you can see the Shericka there miles ahead of her in terms of her smoothness and the way she run the race. You can see it. But I'm not call on a world record, because here it's when the master, the king, they run in world record them support. You know what tell nobody say I run no world record and people shock and frightened. But everybody are looking for Shericka on this world record and that's when it doesn't happen. Now Shericka makes sure run and the world record come in time. But she gonna do something special tonight. Me I said 21.4 something, maybe 21.45. You know, between 4.6 and 4.5. I saw me look on it. You know, see Shelly the dark horse right now and Shelly have get them problem. This is Shelly and my dad. So I still look for the 1, 2, 3. Yeah man. Bless up.
All right, Pablo, big up yourself and come on, moderators, their job, man. Encourage the people to actually do
Yes,
the right
please.
stuff.
Super
Come
chat,
on.
like and share, like and share, like and share.
What big up to the new viewers as well. And what I'll encourage you guys to do now is just go ahead and comment your flag. Let us know where you're watching us from. So just go ahead, man. It's your time of the night as well, man. So comment your flag. Let us know where you're watching us from. Gentlemen, carry on with the conversation.
But you know, in reality, you know, when I initially looked at both world records for the 100 and 200 for the women, I initially thought that probably the 200 record seemed to be the most alien-like out of the two. That would have been harder to beat. But after watching Shericka's semis, I'm starting to myself say, blow scoop. You know, so she can break this 200 world record though. So that's basically the understand. Like it is amazing. Just I think that alone will show you the motivation and the kind of farm that Shericka is in right now. That a lot of us actually don't see it as far fetched for the world record to go tonight. I think
But
that alone can just show you how well she's doing.
you know something, Jason, I agree with you because for years we have been beating the 100-meter world record for women. That 10.4, we've been saying that is impossible. But of course, after a while, we start seeing now that it's possible. But one of the things that kind of let me go back and look at it and think deep about FloJo being good is that, okay, 10.4 out of this world, the experts that were there and some of the folks who are now saying that the wind gauge wasn't working, it was a windy race. Okay, fine, it's a windy race. But then she ran 21.3. That is nothing to scoff at. So it tells you that she might have very well run that 10.4. The 21.3 tells you that her running 10.4 was probably possible. It looked impossible, but Shericka definitely looked like she is in that type of shape. No kidding.
I'll make
You
a
sure,
point.
you sure about that?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So that's why Sheiks a smile, man. And that's why I smile.
Well, I'll make a point. If she was a 10.4 athlete, she'd have run much faster than 21.3. If you divide the 21.3 by 2, it would probably be like I think it would be 2:10. It basically be 2:10.7s.
Yeah, but that's
I know,
not.
I know. Well, I know it's not
Yeah.
how track and field works.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that if she was a 10.4 athlete, you're thinking that at 10.6 she would have been probably at 90%. So I think she'd have probably run much faster, like 21.2, 21 teens, if she was a 10.4 athlete.
Yeah, but that's not how we break down the dynamics in track and field, right? We break it down because the second 100 is considered as a running start, right? So, for example, just to give you a little mathematics to it, Shelly and Fraser run 10.7, 10 point, she run a slower 100. Her second 100 for this race was 10.7, right? Faster than her first 100. These are the dynamics. So what you're saying about FloJo is a good observation, but in terms of track and field and how we break it down, it doesn't work like that.
No, because this is the thing. This is my argument. Like,
she run 11.08 and 10.74. Just for clarification, she run 11.08 on her first 100 and 10.74 on her second 100, which means Shelly and Fraser has improved her endurance, right? It tells you that her top end speed. This is why a lot of us who had counted her out, we realized that she wasn't showing her hand, obviously. Early season, I knew she was in good shape because I saw her running her first meet in Kingston against, I think it was Anthony Strong, and she didn't win, she eased on. But I said, this girl is in really special shape because she run the first 100 and blew out the field, and she just literally walked the second 100. And for her to run 11.08, first 100 night before last night, and then run 10.74, second 100, she's definitely going to run well. But I see what you're saying, Akil, but I'm just explaining to you how they break it down.
I know how they break it down, man, but I'm just
Right. But
listen,
you can't say she's not a 10-4 runner then. You have to say it's questionable. Better you say it's questionable.
all right, it's questionable
Yeah.
because I said before, I just think that if she was a 10-4 athlete, that 21-3-4 would have been much faster. For me, I think Flojo at her best was probably 10 low 10-6, mid 10-5s
Correct,
based on that 200 time.
correct, Akil. Because guess what? It's simply, when you do an assessment of the times that she did, right? The day before, on July 16, 1988, she ran the 10.49 in the quarterfinals with a zero wind. Mind you, it was a hurricane that was recorded on the other side of the track. So it would be very strange that you have zero wind when the wind gauge on the other side of the track where they were doing the long jump and the high jump was reading 4 point odd. But guess what? The following day, July 17th, 1988, she came back and ran 10.70 in a plus 1.6 wind. So why didn't she go even faster?
But gentlemen, can we all agree that record is questionable? Because I think we can all agree.
All right.
We're going back and say,
Long time.
Let me add this,
we know
kid.
that.
Let me add this, kid.
Yeah.
In 1987, her fastest time in the 100 meters was 10.96. In the 200 meters was 21.96. The following year, she dropped it to 10.49 and 21.34. Come on.
Yeah, we know.
No. But shakes. This is
We
my
can't
argument.
cross any aspirations, right?
But
Because
hold on, kid,
we
hold
know
on.
it's-
I hold on. I did not cast any aspersions on the lady. I'm just reading it as it is for the
The
viewers
stats,
out
right.
there in terms of what they make from it and what they take from it and what they analyze from it. That's up to them. But all I can do, because guess what? I didn't see her. I'm not sure any of you here would have seen her run that race, right? So all you have to do is go with the stats.
Yeah, but my thing.
And then you try to
Yeah,
make the best assessment of trying to judge the athlete. And
So
not
stats is
only
a good
that,
thing.
even for Flojo, right? If you look at her progression and the times that she ran, even in if you want to call it very good win, so anything that is 1.0 and above, is pure 10-6 she run and
If
10-7
we were being
and 10-8.
political, Shericka, can you call yourself Shericka tonight? But if we were, I'm not gonna call her. If we were being political, right? It's
Yes.
an argument that couldn't probably hold up in court because look, we know that. Let's say Shelly, right? We know Shelly moved from 11-3 one season, 10.7 in another season. So we don't want to use that as a judge. And you see,
yeah,
Paul
man.
could say he moved from 10.0 to 9.6 in another season. So we don't want to use that mathematics. I don't think it's a pure mathematics because they could flip it.
Hold on a sec, kid.
Go
I'm
ahead.
hearing some feedbacks from two persons' background. Guys, come on. So I think, Akil, I'm hearing a little nice from your background. I think I'm also hearing a chip in from Marcus' background as well. So sort out that, guys.
Yeah, I was saying that athletes can drop their personal best significantly in one season.
Yes.
So we don't want to use that as a measurement about Flojo's time. What I want to stick with where Flojo time is concerned was that she didn't replicate nothing close to those performances after that. And two, the win thing was questionable because look at Shelley, 10.5, 10.6 rather consistently. Ilian 10.5, 10.6 consistently. So that's what you want from an athlete who is good. You repeat and you move close to the time. If you run 10.3 this year, we expect you to at least come close consistently in your career. Bolt
Correct.
on 9.5 and then lots of 9.6. London 9.6, 9.6, 9.6. So, you want to use what is real to kind of make the judgment.
Kid,
That's
you can have a one-off fast race where I say fast, like very fast, but it's highly unlikely that you're going to have a one-off race where you become the world record holder.
Right.
And that is basically judging the not just the 100 meters, but just judging track and field over the years, right? Because you're right, you're more likely to see natural progression for somebody, just like Bolt. When Bolt came onto the scenes and him run the world record in New York, everybody was like, no, something must be wrong with the clock, right? Even though he beat Tyson gained that race. But then guess what? Nobody could really question Bolt because he kept on lowering the world record, and everybody could see the man's talent and realize that, oh, this man is just a phenomenal athlete, and it don't matter how much you think about what he's doing today, he comes back tomorrow and do even better. With Flojo, everything stopped in 1988. So it's simple. Big question mark, because you just lower it and it stopped there. Stories don't normally go like that. There's only one story in track and field that go like that, and it's Flojo. No other story. So as you said, it has to be the only story in history that has no additions.
Rip in peace. Speak no evil of the dead. And you're not speaking evil.
I'm
but
not speaking
rest
evil.
in
I'm
peace.
just
All right, so Christian Gardner actually finished what? Fifth in her heat. That was won by Alemo.
fifth.
Rogers came second. Yarego came third, and that's what.
Yeah, fifth place for her.
She's new to the event. I'm glad that she's home. I said she's home because I always think that this is her event. She's made for this event. It's her first season. So I didn't have this great high expectation from her going into these championships. I think that she has done her best. And when somebody has done their best, what else can you ask? I think she's going to come better.
I want some.
Yeah, what were
I
you?
want somebody confirm something for me, because based on what I can remember, if memory serves me correct, I think that the 800 final and the 4x4 final are on the same day.
No,
so I want to know how
be more specific.
Different days.
They're 2 hours apart. Not even.
Yeah, exactly. 2 hours so apart. I'm wondering how that will work out for 18 more being a part of the 4x4 team for the US.
I want them
so maybe.
I think more will be good.
Jason, 18 new is a
no, I know she's an alien. I know she's an alien.
Yeah,
I saw her
toying
with
Jason, some of these athletes, that are phenomenal, you don't really worry about their recovery, because guess what? They are so far ahead of the field that even when they run their race, even when they come back and run another race, it's just a level playing field. But guess what? Even at a level playing field, they still have a little bit more in the tank. And not only that, he would have been training all season for this, because she knows, and this is coming from the Olympics last year. So she knows that she's always going to be running on the relay going forward, because she's so dominant.
And I mean, in reality, I guess I can look at it like that. I mean, more than more than likely be an anchor. So by the time she get the baton, I mean, the US would have built up enough
it's
of a lead.
Holding on. It's just really holding on, yeah. And she will have stuff in reserve to know how to push and all.
Yeah.
I saw her. Who finished second at the US?
Hold on a second, kid. Hold on a second. Okay. All right, so Marcus, I think you want to say something, but I keep on hearing you're not cheapest sound in your background. I don't know what's causing that.
Somebody have a feedback.
Like his connection, 100%.
All right, Marcus, log out and log in back.
Log out and log in back, yeah.
His connection.
I think it's Wilson finished second in the 800.
Actually Wilson, right?
The US trials.
Typically asked that.
Yeah. It was Wilson, and she was close.
I asked that question because I noticed at the US trials, sometimes you have to use your eyes, your track and field eyes, not just what you see on the track. And she ran up pretty close to I think, and a lot of people go, oh, she is going to challenge. I think she's not in any position to challenge that young lady.
So the people in the chat that are still asking about what time is the race. So the race is at 9:35 Jamaica time. So that's 9:35 Jamaica time. That's 10:35 EST.
Central America.
Yeah, so
you're going to have to give Canadian time, Levon, and Australian time, and Philippines time, and
Australian
time. You're supposed to have all them times.
Yeah, man, you're supposed to have a world clock.
Exactly. You have to look on your phone, Levon.
I need to have one, yes.
Yeah, just go on your phone.
So yeah, since as I mentioned it, I'm just going to Google
Yeah,
is my
man.
best friend, you know. So I'm going to Google
Yeah,
and
just
return.
Google it. Just Google it in the meantime and write it down. Yeah, and
And we
tell
have a
them in
lot
the
of
next
folks
5
on.
minutes.
Please, folks, come on, give us some like and some subscribes. You know, please like and subscribe.
Me always wonder because I seen them, coming out now. Me always wonder why the 5,000 meters have a heats. Like, why we can't just have a one-hour final?
No, man, it has to.
Why is
You
better
have
than
so
heats
many
and they run a
runners.
final again?
There'll be chaos on the track.
Yeah, man, you have so many runners, man.
Yeah,
You have
Too
so
much
many runners.
over 100
athletes.
people come. You have to definitely separate
Yeah.
the boys.
But
You
but
realize,
the 10,000 is a one-off, isn't it?
It's a different caliber race, isn't it?
Yeah.
No,
That
me
one
know.
is a
Me just a confirm.
Yeah, but
Yeah, man,
and the
that one
reason
is a one-off.
they don't have a one-off is because it's people have to qualify to get into that in the World Championships to run it. So that's where they would have had the eliminations. So you have to meet a certain time in order to get into that race.
Yeah.
But Natalia is on track. Natalia hasn't looked good all season. For those who understand her, have been seeing her. She has never lost in the stadium except for this year. She hasn't been herself. I think her personal best is 156 national record. She hasn't looked herself all season. She usually run from front and control the race for most of her career. But nowadays, sometimes it seems like she changes her strategy here and there. Sometimes it seems like she gets caught up running somebody else's race. I don't know what strategy she's using, but she was well. My understanding is that she had some injuries this year. So one can understand injuries in track.
I stick up in. So Shakes, I found the formula.
Yes.
I don't need to tell everybody whichever country they're into and whatever time it is. All I need to tell them is that the finals is 1 hour and 45 minutes away.
Wow.
Nice.
Where you say once they follow in the stream, they'll know.
Yes. 1 hour and
1 hour and 45 minutes. All right.
So whatever time it is in your country,
So when it's
whatever time it is in your country, just add 1 hour and 45 minutes to that, and there you have it for the final.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was saying, Ghoul, I don't know what you guys think about her, but she has not been all that this year. Marcus, what do you think about Ghoul this year? Because maybe I'm the only one seeing it this way.
She has not been the same. I'm not sure if she's working with the same program. I don't know what the issue is, but obviously she's off. And after when you are in the best shape of your life, when she was in and she missed her opportunity at the Olympics, sometimes those things come back to haunt you. Sometimes you're, even though you are in good shape, it just don't work out. But I want, when you finish, I want to say something about the Atingmu running the 4x4.
Go ahead. You're right.
Because training is different from competition, and we all know that. So absolutely, there is no way an athlete can just run a 800 competitive 800 where you're battling to the best in the world and come back and split a fast 48 or 49 in 1 hour and 45 minutes. Whether you like it or not, the lactic is going to be in her legs, and she's not going to be at her best. I don't care how good you are, you're just not going to be at your best.
She's not. She would need more time to recover. That is why they have the 800 meter one day and then another day, because it's not something you just run hard and recover from. And I'm even still concerned about, it's Femke in the hurdles, because that extra 400 meters is going to come back. I just feel it's going to come back to haunt her. Not saying she's not going to medal, she's going to medal, but I just feel like running that 48 split might still come back, because she would have run an extra race in terms of the top contenders.
It could, but that's kind of different because it's a different day, so she would have got more time to
have gotten some recovery.
But running at 800, which is a different dynamics from running at 400, 1 hour and 45 minutes apart, I don't think they should risk that at all.
All right, so Ghoul is through to the semifinals. She won ahead of Mora, who has looked really good this season. And people even have Mora challenging one.
It's possible.
I think more. I think Mora had a poor race though. I mean, she went out hard. She was way ahead. And if there's one thing that we learn about distance races, never you give up that inside lane. She gave up the inside lane and she had to go out and on outside in lane 2. And guess what? She ended up finishing second, even though it's the first 3 that is automatic. And you know that in 800 meter, it doesn't matter what lane or whatever. It doesn't matter when it comes down to
But that strategy that Natalia Gould just used, Levon and Marcus and the other gentlemen, That's her style. That's not her style of running, but she just don't look the same. That is her style. That's how we know her. Over the years, she take control of her race and determine her own destiny. She don't depend on anybody's pace, but she's been getting caught up all season doing all different types of stuff. Maybe she's trying something else. Who knows? I've never seen her last at the stadium. Not that I can recall. I don't know if anybody here can recall seeing her losing in Jamaica from juniors all the way up. I've never seen her last race there except for this year. So it tells you, the type of shape that she's in. The conditions weren't ideal, but I don't know. I think last year she was in much better shape, but we'll see.
Well, I hope her mind is in a much better place than last year, because sometimes the athlete is physically ready, but mentally is just not ready. And
True.
sometimes the athlete is mentally ready and not physically ready. So I just hope she can find the right balance. Because look at Rochelle Clayton yesterday. We were on a PB looking how she looked in the heat. She didn't look like she would have progressed at all. And she came back and run 53. So it's all what happened on the day. If you are in the frame of mind, you can psych up yourself. Trust me, great things can happen, even though people might, even in the season, might not look as good. But on that day, you may go out and say, yeah, I'm going to do it. And things can happen like that.
Yeah.
All
When you're
right. So to the people in the chat, we cannot show the live races. If we do that, that's the end of the road for us on this channel. So we cannot show the live races at all. And I tried to video as much of the races as possibly, but I realized that the longer the races go on, the slap that copyright and also the 800
Right.
meters and events like those, I cannot post a full race for those. So sorry for the inconvenience, man. Just enjoy the stream and let's continue to get it up
And
and
we'll
up.
give you. I want to say in cricket, except ball by ball commentary, we'll give you foot by foot, right? Or step by step.
Ball
No,
by
we're
ball
gonna give you step
commentary,
by
man.
step commentary. Each step the athlete make you'll hear, right? But like, subscribe, and share, and enjoy the conversation. There's a lot of knowledge here, a lot of distinguished gentlemen here, and you can hear a lot of information and learn a lot. All
Truth.
of us have some connection and information concerning the sport for many, many years, dating back. In my case, well over 20 odd years, and Marcus' case, same. So we can give you a lot of information and such likes.
Correct.
Boy,
So
kid, I thought you were going to say from the 1950s.
no, I'm not that old. But on the update on Kenia, Kenia Sinclair, as I said many times, national champion, CSC gold medalist, world indoors. She might still pop in with us tonight, but she's promised that she 100%, she's gonna be here tomorrow, right? She gave us her word, but she might still pop in with us, and we would love to have her here to give us some perspective concerning.
And there's a likely possibility that we'll also have Kimari Roach in the building tomorrow as well. So tomorrow promises to be a big show, guys. And I know
Yes,
that
and Frederick Dakers as well.
I know that Coach Q will also be on tomorrow as well because I mean last night the people in Conquest still not care. The people then say, yo, man, they can't chat too much, man. Every time he come and intervene at the conversation. So they love the insights from Coach Q
But
last night.
Coach
And
Q
then
is
also
going to be
Marcus
on. I just spoke to
and
him.
also Marcus at the beginning as well before he actually had to go off. But it was great, man.
Coach Q will be on. I spoke to him. He'll be on a little bit. So we'll have him to put some things in perspective. I spoke to him just now. So he'll be on.
It was interesting. I'm so sorry I missed out on that Flojo piece.
We'll give you a
Oh,
piece.
but you can talk about it.
Yeah, but you actually, back in that era, how old are you? I think I can speak a little about that. I'm like 43.
Yeah,
I
man,
was
is
a
you
bit.
alone? Is you alone can speak about it?
No, I never said that. But and back
He's
then,
trying to call you old, Dr. Bennett.
yeah,
He's trying to call us
43.
old.
But there are many things. I don't really believe that she really got those records clean as a clean run. I don't believe that. But that is just me. I don't have the facts. What I believe, remember, Flojo was capable of splitting 48 in four in when she went running 4x4, right? And she did that. You are saying that she only did the 10:49 one time, and then after that she ran 10:6, so on. But I don't know if she picked up any injury after that or but Johan Blake did 1926 and he never really went back to that, and we thought that he would have continued to break the world record. Yes, we know he got a nasty injury, But as I said, we don't know if anything happened to Flojo, why she didn't repeat. Because remember, no, we weren't following track and field back then as though we are following it now. So and anything could have happened that could have prevented her from repeating that feat. So if I won't, I said sometimes we sit back and sometimes when we look at it, it just don't look logical. But I'm not going to really beat her too much because she did sub 49 48 plus in 4x4 and running 10 49 21 34 is reasonable, you know. So we can't really kill her like that. If it were in our era when we're watching like now, we could say, oh, we're watching progression and we watch this and watch that and could give a better analysis based on what we would have seen. But back then, lack of information is kind of hard to really come to an objective opinion on her.
It's not necessarily killing her, you know, Marcus. The fact of the matter is, the year that she ran that time is the last year she ran in track and field. So you brought up Blake. You can understand why Blake has not run those times because of the nasty injury. However, we have zero information after the 1988 year when she ran those times to compare. So we can make no form of comparative analysis.
Exactly.
So from that, I know that, listen, those times were very unlikely, as in, I'm not talking those times in terms of all her times, because I can understand her running the 10.6s and the 10.7 and the 10.8 with the wind. But how on God earth do you tell me that an athlete runs 10.49 in zero wind? That is just not mathematically possible.
It's mathematically possible because it's recorded that it happened.
Exactly.
we have to accept that it did.
Yeah,
happen.
But guess what? Sometimes you have things that are recorded that.
Right, so Shakes, hold on a sec, Shakes. Sorry to break you, but one of your favorite person is currently on the phone. So welcome to the show once again, man. I don't say your name. Let's see if all good Shakes is and see if we can get it. So go ahead and just talk about the 200 meter for women.
Good night, panelists and sports friendly followers. How are you?
All right, so don't say no more. Shakes, who is this?
Why that sound like Michelle?
All right. Yeah,
Okay,
good, man.
all
So,
right,
so people in the chat, this is actually Michelle. Yeah, the same
you have
Michelle
to
that comments
understand,
in the chat.
The memory works. The memory works.
All right, boss.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
I don't know why everyone coming. I'm not a big track expert, but I can.
You don't need to be a fan expert, Michelle. We just needed to give your prediction on the women's 200 meter.
Okay, well, based on what I've seen so far, not only in the heat, but just the performance that I've seen coming up to this championship, I think Shericka is in the form of her life, and I think that she should win. As I commented before, the only thing can beat her is if she gets stage fright or something. And there, I have seen nothing to suggest that she's the type of person who would have that. So she seems to be the type of person who follows her coach and executes to the team. So I'm expecting her to win. And somebody has asked, what can it take to win? And I cheekily answered, Shericka has to drop.
I agree, Michelle. I agree.
Mish, we have for the second spot.
Right. So I think definitely Shericka will win. I'm hoping for Shelly, of course, that she can get a medal as well. I am worried about Elaine, but of course, because she's Jamaica and I love her also, I would love to. And I'm seeing sweep, but I'm crossing the fingers for the sweep, basically.
All right, Mish. But you know what I want you to do now, Mitch? I need you to go back in the comment section and encourage these lovely people to like up the stream, subscribe, and also drop some super chat, okay?
Yes, Steve. Come on. Do the right thing.
Like,
subscribe, share, and comment.
All right, Mish.
Remember, so I suffer from things to be in order. I don't like to see so much watching and then the lights don't match up. Come on, do the right thing.
Say no more, moderator. All
All
right,
right.
later.
Subscribe and share, folks.
Later.
Thanks, Michelle.
All right, gentlemen, carry on.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
were
let me
saying
add.
about the Flojo situation now.
Oh, hold on,
You
hold on,
should
kid.
change him to
Before you get to the
Sherika, so we
Flojo
can call
thing,
you
before you
right
get
name.
to
It's
the
sound weird
Flojo
calling you
thing,
Sherika. You
yeah,
change
before you
it.
get to the Flojo
I
thing,
don't like calling you Sherika, you know. I want you put up your right name.
yeah, man, you can say
I
jackpot.
feel very strange calling you
You
Sherika.
can say jackpot, jackpot.
All
Use
right,
the
jackpot
hashtag.
sounds better.
Use the hashtag jackpot.
All right, jackpot.
Let
Yeah,
me
you were
add this
making some
one
comments
thing.
concerning the Flojo, and we were saying to you that you have very valid points, but they could also turn those same points around at us. So you have to be careful in terms of
With
how you break it down.
which
But I
athlete?
understand where you're going though.
Which
Yeah,
athlete? With which
Flojo.
athlete? Yeah, man, with which
In terms of
athlete?
her improvements, we have athletes with the same type of improvements, exact same improvements from one season to another. We have had athletes who have run fast and never run
I
fast again.
disagree. Kid,
We have
kid,
athletes who have run fast and stuff happened to them, and
kid,
they were not able to repeat. So I was
kid.
saying to you that
Can
I
I ask
understand you, but
you? Can I ask you for
sure.
that athlete that has moved
No, I
from?
don't think it's a good thing to call the name of the athletes concerning
Mm,
this conversation. But you can see me on the side and I'll tell you the names of athletes who have run fast. We've had a lot of athletes. World
No,
class.
man, no, not fast. I mean, in terms of which athlete has lowered their personal best by such a huge margin.
We've had it.
We have had it.
We have had it, and you'd be surprised to know who they are. We've had. I'm
Okay.
not saying they did anything wrong, but I'm just saying to you that people can improve significantly. Maybe the problem with Flojo, you should say, is that your concern rather is that she ran fast, but she never repeat that particular time, right? And Dr. Marcus said that it's possible that something could have happened to the athlete. We're just throwing all these nuggets out there to say that something could have happened to
Yeah,
her.
we don't know.
Right, we don't know.
You know,
actually, but,
kid, let me add this. You know, she ran 10.5. She ran 10.5.4 once, and she ran it in a hurricane of 3.0. So stop and think about that. Same
I didn't
year.
know you had the wind reading.
Yeah, man. Say I have all of the
You look
times
it
and
up,
the
man.
wins
Google
in
is
front
best
and the
friend.
wins in front of me, right? So in that same year, September, right? She did 10.54 in Seoul in the 100-meter finals with a 3.0 win and was only able to manage 10.54. Yet still, you tell me that she was able to run 10.49 in zero wind. And I must believe that, okay, yes, it was possible. Certain conditions might have been there for her to run it.
Mhm.
But if you have so much wind pushing you, I believe that you should have at least gone back to the 10.4.
Yeah.
But
All
we
right.
are
So
saying you don't know if she was injured or anything.
Yeah,
We
we
don't
don't know.
know.
We don't know. We are being
Hear what?
we're
Hear
being
what?
very
There's no way. There's
critical
no way
here.
she could have been injured because guess what? And yes, I know injuries can be varying degrees, right? But it could not have been that significant because the fact of the matter is she was consistent for that entire year.
No, you can't say we
No.
don't know. We just don't know. We
And
all
can't
right,
what
so
is what?
gentlemen, I have a
yeah.
question quickly. So here's Albert Maraj asking, analyst, please tell me if you believe that America set up Jamaica by making our women run the 200-meter right after the 100-meter finals, even though they didn't do the same for the men. I need an answer. So any one of you can go ahead and answer.
I
Nah.
don't think the
I
Americans had
don't
any
think they
say in the
did. I don't
program.
think they
Okay,
did.
say no more. I was going to answer, but I'm
But
just
but
allow you guys
let's
to.
just add this. Let's just add this level on. This the schedule has nothing to do with the USA. It has everything to
Correct.
do with the IAAF.
Correct.
So that's the answer that
We
he's
still have
supposed to give.
IWF or is World
It's
Athletics
not
now?
IWF, but
All
anyway,
right, World Athletics, same
jackpot,
body.
jackpot. But it's World Athletics. They have changed the name. I would love for them to do more in terms of protecting the sport. Protecting track and field. I think that track and field is kind of getting too loose, where anybody and everybody can compete anywhere. And this is just being real and correct and not throwing shots because when you start to get in certain conversations,
Yeah,
you know,
that I do a while ago.
You're firing shots,
so
kid.
no,
Exactly. That's
it's
why I'm
very
here wondering
important
why
for
you
them to
use that
Yeah,
protect
term.
it's like
track and field.
it's like I get
And
beat
no, I'm
maybe,
not
and I'm
going
gonna
into
tell.
the details.
You're saying
Hold
it, but
on,
you're not
hold on,
saying it,
kid.
but you're actually saying it.
Kid. It's
Hmm?
like a parent a beat a child and tell a child said, "Don't cry." Yeah, beat the pillow so the
Exactly.
pillow go cry.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
But what I'm saying, let me just, I don't want to, because you have to be careful you address these conversations, but these conversations that need to be had, right? We have to have these conversations. The sport is you have men sport and you have women's sport, right? And I'm saying that we have to be careful. In swimming, I think it's really nice protecting women's sport, not
Yes.
because people go through phases and change themselves, and that's fine. And people deal with other things, and people were born certain ways, right?
That's not a phase though,
No,
Kate.
no,
It's
no. People
actually
are born certain way. Like in the
no
case
man,
of
no, no,
some
no,
of the
no. Hold
DSD
on. No, no,
athletes.
no. I would change that terminology I use and no longer use phase because it's now a stage.
Right. But nevertheless, I'm saying that some folks were born a certain way in the terms of their
Yes.
sexual development, right? In the old school we use terms like hermaphrodite and this and that. People
Mhm.
know it's more professional. We say DSD, right? There's XY and there's XX, right? It's two different chromosomes, male that determine male and female. And the sport is kind of expanding in the sense that people are moving over and people are transitioning over. And I'm saying that the sport and the integrity of the sport needs to be protected. Protected in the sense that if I or somebody for me wake up and wanted to do something different to themselves, they shouldn't be able to just cross over and compete where they feel.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
leave it
No
there.
more.
And
I
these are
It's
will.
the
simple.
these are the
Simple,
views.
Levon. I know that people don't
Hold on.
want to talk
So
about it.
these are the views of Cade
My
and
views.
Shakes. Not
Yeah.
Yeah,
not
guess
the
what?
views,
I know that
Not the
I know
views
that
of
other people don't want to
not the
talk
views of
about it,
Sports
but
Frenzy.
all I will add to the discussion is that listen, boundaries have to be set. Simple as that. I will say
That's
no
how we're
more.
saying.
Good. But all I'll say is that the views shared by Cade just now is not the views of Sports Frenzy. Those
Those
are
are my
Cade's views.
views. Completely my views. Completely my
Correct.
views. Completely my views.
But gentlemen, 5,000 meter. You think Joshua Cheptegei guy will actually do the double?
That's
I have
gonna
to
be
say it
tough.
goes here.
Yeah.
That's gonna be tough.
It's a very tough double, but it has been done before, right?
Yeah.
Well, he says he wasn't really Mo,
Yeah,
but
man.
Mo Farah
Mo
has done it.
Farah and Bekele.
But Bekele is a special athlete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Kelly. It's a very slippery slope, but in life we definitely have to answer some questions sometimes, right? But it's a slippery slope indeed. But we can't go through life and not address some stuff. But
Exactly.
you're correct. But that's a part of life. Um, Mo has done it. Mo, I think Bekele was a special athlete, and I say Bekele because he has done it. Mo did it. I don't know if Mo was that special athlete. Mo was a good athlete. I know that one will stir up something, right? Yeah.
I'm not going there with you at all.
Don't go there.
All right,
But
but
Bekele,
for this
I
5,000
know
meter,
why you said that doing okay, that he's not a special athlete because I was running for Great Britain.
that's a good one.
It's simply no. You see, he's an African. And if he was running for an
But
African,
that wasn't where I was going though. But go ahead.
no, but if he was running for the African country, you would have him as a special athlete because it's simple. Those disciplines are so hard, right? So you have to give a man credit.
I'll give him credit, man, but I wasn't referring to that. Though. I was going in a different direction, but it's cool.
I know where you were going.
You know where I was going.
That's why I didn't bother
That's why
saying
Dr.
anything
Bennett
about that.
laugh.
I
But he was
laughed.
what he said. He was good. He was
Remember-
good. He was good at what he did.
Barry, welcome, Barry. Long time I don't see you, man. From last night, I haven't seen you commented. So welcome once again. And moderators, come on, man. Encourage you guys to like up the stream, hit the subscription button, and drop super chats. Come on, people. Give us the likes, man. They're not adding up. We're at, 280, I believe. We need to hit the 300 mark and then hit the 400 mark afterwards. And our aim tonight is 2,800 in terms of subscription. So we're at 27 right now. So get us 100 more. And our stage is about to be graced by a man that people have been asking for all night long. The entire night they have been asking for him. So without further ado, let's just welcome the man himself. I don't need to call him a name.
Good night,
Well,
night,
the Jamaican
night,
shirt,
night, people. Hey, Ilian sent me the shirt in. I said,
Well
just
done.
peace. Hey, listen. Good night, people, right? Good night, everybody in the comment section. I must say this. You know, the other few nights I was critical of Ilian, but I've heard some really good news tonight, and I'm telling you, there's going to be something special in that 200 meter night. Hey,
Still
listen.
dreaming?
No, hey, Marcus, I'm telling you, there's going to be
Jackpot.
Talk it, Kems.
Where is the
No.
Kems? Jackpot.
no jackpot foot are gonna get burned up today.
Oh, okay, right.
Wow.
Listen.
No, this would be another Flojo saga. No.
Levon, you see this? I'm giving this away if the world record goes tonight in credit. 10,000 credit.
You hear that, people?
10,000, and this is courtesy of Let's Care Optical and Let's Care Medical. Once that world record goes by SHERICKA Jackson, I know no other athlete in that race can attain that. So I don't know what kind of the voice got.
All right,
Kems nervous a while ago. See Kems nervous and
Kems, you got to do better, Kems, because me don't want to show the people them number, But I have at least had 5 people message me. I'm gonna tell you, one just message me and say, which part Kems there? Please tell him he has his fans.
Wow.
But of course,
Big up on yourself, man. Big up on yourself. Kim's just coming off of the slavery, man. So I forget.
Oh, and guys, for the 10,000 giveaway that I'm going to do, obviously a question will be asked by somebody on the panel. It's not just if the record. I'm not just giving it away like that. You have to earn it.
Well,
the man just kick on my foot because I was just about to big up my sponsors, and the man just, I'll do it a little later on. But J Brown, big up yourself, same way, J Brown. From the other day, I give you a shout out to fam. Big up yourself, man. Respect for the support. Continue, guys.
Go ahead, Kems, because you tell us you come here with all this excitement.
Tell us all.
And we are all like, ooh, what's going on?
Tell us about the dream.
Drop it, man.
Dream. So it's really and truly not a dream. So the only way, and I'm going to put some money down for the people in the comment section that if Elaine doesn't win this 200 meters tonight, right? If Elaine don't win this 200 meters tonight.
Can you repeat that with
Say that slowly.
Yes, repeat that.
Big up yourself, anyway.
They have waited all night from you.
And this is what you come with, so you have to talk it slow.
Yes, give me the screen for myself. Absolutely. All right. So people, I just got some news out of Oregon, and really and truly the news is that Elaine will be going sub 21.6 tonight. I don't know if that will be enough to win, but I know SHERICKA Jackson not going to get no blast in world record, but Elaine will be going sub 21.6. Very confident. She was talking to her people, talking to her little husband and FaceTime and stuff, and they are ready, they are prepared, and it's going to be a blistering 200 meters tonight. Just remember, you heard it from Kems first. Just remember Kim say it, So I'll make sure I bring my Jamaica shirt tonight because I know it's going to be blistering, and everybody jumping on the SHERICKA Jackson bandwagon, cool. But Elaine will be super special tonight. That's all I have to say. Super special.
Feel like this man can drop a real bombshell. This man can't tell us Elaine drop 21.6. I'm surprised if she dropped that, but guess what? 21 on the 20. So 21.6 won't win this race.
Hey, Levon, you realize that 2 times now since the man I give you the info and phone turnover? It's like a truck. It's like a truck going down Spur Tree. It's turning over. Man. Right?
He's nervous.
21.6
news.
No, I said she's running sub 21.6. So that means 21.5 or less.
I don't see that at all. I don't see that.
You have to clip this. Somebody say Kems, I must say Anansi. You have to clip this one. Look at the comment section. You have to clip somebody say Kems, I must say Anansi.
Hey, Kellyanne, and I have no BFA.
Yo, Kellyanne, you're the best. You must say Anansi, you come with the unrealistic story for lava.
Yeah, it's not realistic at all. It's not realistic. The evidence doesn't support your claim.
Evidence doesn't support you. Evidence, and as we like to say, the farm book this year doesn't support you either.
Yeah, well, as I'm saying, I'm hearing from the horse's mouth that is going to be something.
What I think can happen though, Kems, what I think can happen though, Elaine have a very real possibility of getting in the medals.
Well, listen,
a medal already booked with Elaine name. It's just which color, right? And a medal is already booked easily. Elaine medal is sure. Shericka Jackson medal is sure.
So why you don't say about Shelly and Shelly look better than
So can I say one thing? Can I ask you one question, Kims? Because I've waited all night for you to come on the show. You remember when you were previewing the World Championships?
Okay.
And you brought up the Great White Hope.
Oh, Abby Steiner?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where is she coming tonight?
Well,
don't scratch your head, Kims. Remember the confidence that you exude.
Well,
and they're Nancy coming to me, you know, Kims, I must say Nancy.
Well, listen, Shakes.
Yes.
Listen, Shakes. What I've always said, and I've always remained consistent with this. If I make a prediction before the championship start, and then the championship start, and the person who I select don't look like the same person who I selected before the championship start,
yes,
I reserve the right to change my opinion.
I know, and you did say that you reserve the right to upgrade Abby Steiner from bronze.
I said upgrade or
oh my God, Kems, you're wicked. You said upgrade.
Get the video. Get the video.
You said bronze are greater. And
all right, so Kems, you use one word. One.
I did.
Yes, what is that showing? The finger showing?
No, but let me plead. All right, let me plead my case to Abby Steiner.
Plead.
Right?
Okay, all right.
So in the US trials, right? In the US trials, and forgive me if my math is off, right? But it's somewhere around here, right? When she ran at 21.77, off the bend, she ran 9 point something, and then on the straight, she ran 10.42. Right? That was on the last 100 meters. That was equivalent to 21.77. So can you tell me really quickly what the first bend is? Right? No. When she ran that race in the semifinals against Shelly, off the bend, she ran the same time that she ran in the US trials. The only thing is on the straightaway, she ran 10.80. That's because, guess what? She was just qualifying her coach, tell her, hey, there's no reason to run down Shelly and Fraser Price. There's no medals that's going to be won in the semifinals. But, again, in the finals, there is something coming from Abby Steiner. She's in lane 8. You have to catch her. You have to catch her.
Can I ask
that's
one?
Not a race. Abby
question?
Steiner don't normally start fast.
She doesn't
normally just run a even pace race right through.
No, that's not. Boss, I'm just telling the time. Then what you gonna tell me? Say I even pace race. I'm just telling the time. Them a while ago.
She don't start fast. So
she doesn't start fast. She's a better closer.
Because I don't think that was correct that you quote, by the way.
Well, it's actually correct.
It's not correct. She didn't run 9 in the first 100.
No, she did actually.
Kems, you know me attack.
Abby Steiner.
She didn't run that because Shelly and Fraser run 11-0 in her first 100 and then 10-7 in the second 100, and that adds up to 21-8, which is not far off from 21-7. So it's impossible for her to have run.
I think she ran. If I'm not mistaken, she ran.
You are mistaken.
So Kems, all right. So we do the maths and realize it's wrong. That's
it's
fine.
Wrong.
So let me ask you.
That adds up. That's
seeing that.
Yeah.
Guess what? Seeing that you are no longer upgrading Abby Steiner, where are you downgrading her to as the Great White Hope now?
So people don't like when I use that term.
Yeah.
People don't like when I use that term.
Yeah.
Which one? The Great White Hope?
I just use, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, sorry. I just use it because Kim was really talking her up, and also because they use her in the promo, even for the World Championship.
What do you mean? She was the fastest woman in the 200 before Shericka Jackson ran 21.
No, and Kim's and that is why describing her as a Great White Hope is actually correct, because you are right. She had the time coming in. She's the US champion. The championships, it's being held in America. So yes, it's a Great White Hope. Everybody else that she's running for, think about it.
She's a great American hope.
All right, so gentlemen, hold on a second. We have a caller online.
Okay.
Caller, good night. Give us your name, where you're calling us from, and go ahead and say.
This is good night, panelists. This is Minister Kennedy from New York.
Good night.
Good night, Minister
Kennedy.
I want to agree with the gentleman who just spoke before, and I believe that Elaine have a surprise for everyone tonight. And I want to give you my analysis on it so I can hear your take on it.
Sure, go ahead.
Now, Elaine said that she was suffering from some injuries from before the championship. So she's getting over it, etc. I believe that when she ran the 100 meters, she had that in the back of her mind that if she run as fast as she really want to run and injure herself, she wouldn't be able to run the 200 meters. So since she reserved something and she tested her feet and tested her body out, and no, listen, the 100 meters is out the way, the heats is out the way, I'm going to throw it down now. That is what I think is going on in Elaine's mind.
All right, so I have one question for you. So,
Sure.
in the 100 the other night, you mentioned that when you look at Shelly's leg, it moves like a bicycle. So, are you implying that tonight, Elaine's legs will be moving like a whirlwind?
Listen, I pray for Elaine all day and all night.
Oh,
right, that's good.
That girl have a surprise for everybody. Now, let me give you the analysis of all three of their mindset that I see before God. Shericka want to break the record. Shelly Ann don't want anybody to beat her. And you have Elaine, who is the Olympic champion, say, I had enough of this. I ran the one, I ran the 200 meters heat. This race is mine. I'm going to throw down everything. So you have all three of them with the same mindset. But Elaine, I just feel Elaine have a surprise because she tested her legs and her shoulder, which was giving her some problems earlier in the season, and I feel she decided in her mind today that she's going all out.
Minister, can I ask you a simple question?
That's my take.
All right. So, Minister, one of the panelists has a question for you. Shakes, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Good night, Minister. I see that you have the ministerial hope, and don't think that I'm being tongue in cheek, right? Because guess what? I would be happy if Elaine actually comes out and does her extreme best, because guess what? That would give me the clean sweep. That's for sure, right? But I know that based on what you're telling us, you're basically saying that she's gonna surprise us with a gold medal. Yes, I get that from what you're saying, correct?
You're getting the sweep. Why do you think they put Abby on the outside, hoping that she would run in and disturb that 1, 2, 3, that she will get in somewhere, somehow on the outside. Look at it. Look at it.
So let me. This is a follow-up question. This is a follow-up question.
On the inside, she would have to catch all three of them.
Yes.
Look at it.
All right. So this is a follow-up question. Seeing that, I think you have a basic idea of the time that Shelly-Ann can run and Shericka can run. What time do you see Elaine running in that final?
Elaine close to 21.6.
And you really believe that 21.6 is good enough to win that gold medal tonight?
Well, I don't know how the others gonna get out, but I do know one thing.
Elaine is hurt.
Elaine have a surprise. She have a surprise. That Achilles heel, that he is what was giving her problem and running in pain, and people don't understand why she isn't running faster. And remember, after the Olympics, she had to run track and field all across the world, and she was putting pressure on herself and running in pain. When you understand the psychology behind that, and you're running in pain, if you have 100 and 200 meters to run in finals, you will be cautious you will be careful. You want to get the 100 meters out of the way. You want to get the heats of the 200 meters, and then you could drop it like it's hot. But for the
So last question, Minister. Last
Marcus,
question.
I
I
think
like
it's
how you
a
said that. I like how you said that. And I was gonna ask a question, but you kind of sneak it in there just a while ago. Because I was gonna ask, why didn't she then run a bit better in the 100? But I realized that you snuck it in and said that okay, she was just trying to do enough in terms of for the 100-meter finals and then get to the 200.
It
But
makes common sense.
boy, Minister, I believe that you've fasted and prayed all day today, and that is what we are
I
using.
prayed for Elaine to get off. If anybody practicing voodoo on her, and I don't believe in that, move that voodoo out of the place. Let there be an
Marcus, you had a question for Minister.
Yes.
coming
Please.
down the road. That's how I prayed. I prayed for Elaine to shake up, wake up, get up, and move those legs. No pain, no shoulder pain, no
Marcus.
heel pain, nothing.
Preach it, Minister.
There's another question for you,
Minister,
Minister.
Minister,
Marcus has a question.
Sure.
seeing it that I am also a minister of religion, I must ask you this question. Based on what you are saying, is just based on your analysis, and am I to understand that this is just solely on your analysis and not something that you feel that you're getting from the spirit?
Both.
Good
My
question.
analysis, because it was shown to me so clear. I went back and I look at the tape and I say, God, why it is everyone is saying that, for instance, I read today, someone said, wake up, Elaine, you're making my blood pressure raise.
Right. So I'm trying. I'm sure you understand where I'm trying to go, Minister.
Why would she? Because I was a sprinter myself, 100 and 200 meters. Why would she? Why would she run like that if she could run? And
Marcus, are you asking him? Are you asking him if it's a vision that he got?
I want to know if it is a prophetic word or it's just based on analysis, based on her analysis or something she getting from the spiritual realm. That's what I'm trying to
I
ascertain.
just get the sense in my spirit that that girl is going to get up and she is going to run. She's going to surprise everybody tonight.
Analysis. Okay, analysis is good.
I just feel it in my spirit.
So Minister, are you saying that you have the spirit of discerning?
I do.
Okay. Minister, you have to call us back after the race.
You have to call us back.
You have
Hold
to
on,
call
gentlemen.
us
Hold on,
back.
gentlemen. Hold on. Go ahead, Minister.
I told you all about Shelley, and
Correct.
I said everybody who is running against Shelley backing up the wrong tree, because I know what Shelley had said before. Shelley said, God, he who began a good work in her is able to perform it. And what God started in her, the promises of God is yes and amen. All three of the young ladies believe in God and they trust in God. I listened to what Elaine said this morning, and I said to myself, this girl, when I heard what she said, it clicked in my spirit, it confirmed what I was thinking. You know, when she mentioned that, listen, she's going to be okay. I realized that her pain, running pain,
You're making Kim's nervous, Minister.
heal what was hurting her. She have to put all that behind her, that psychological baggage that she's carrying. When she ran the 100 meters, when she ran the heat and she slowed down, we wouldn't know. She wouldn't give away her hand. She wouldn't tell us. But I know she know all that is over now. I could run. I could throw down everything. Give it my best, my all tonight. And tonight is the night she gonna do that.
Well, Minister, to confirm something. To be honest, Elaine didn't work hard in her summer.
Shelley do not want to lose that race. So all these three women have the same thing in mind. So I say, whosoever God want to win this race, gonna win this race.
That is it, Minister. That
girl
is
is
it.
not going to sleep. Elaine is not going to sleep.
Minister, last question from Jackpot here. You clearly have spoken the prophetic vision tonight, right? What's the order?
What's the
Because
order?
we know you have Elaine in first. What's the remainder?
It could be a neck and neck with between Shelly Ann and Shericka. I know everybody is reading up Shericka. I know she's in top form. I know the numbers, but Paul don't go by the numbers. He don't go by none of that.
Faith.
But I'm telling you,
All right.
that Shelly Ann, don't trust her either.
Pray for them, minister. Somebody said pray for Jeremy Richards as well.
She's saying nobody crossing the line before me. I don't care. She has a mindset that.
Well, minister, I am giving you a command tonight. A reasonable command, rather, a request. Let me change that. I'm asking for a request. If Elaine wins this race tonight, you have to come back and serve communion.
All right, so you're what, minister? One of our commenters, Zibeb, is saying that you should pray for your fellow countrymen to stop the USA from sweeping the 200 meter.
Stop the USA.
Yes, so
Yes, in the 200
yes,
meters.
when you're talking about
men.
Jeremy Richards.
Okay, who do you have? Who do you have?
No,
Right.
man, you tell us who you have.
Well, they have Mr. The 18-year-old. Then they have Curly. He's a different animal altogether.
He's not out. He's out.
Then
He's
you
out.
have Niles.
Curly's injured out. Fred Curly's out. Like quad injured.
Curl didn't make it to the final.
And he's out of the championships too. With an injury. I think
So
USA
that-
will get top two. I
Who do
don't
you
think they'll
have?
beat
All right, so
That
most
is
people
a Top Gun.
are
That's
predicting
going
a
up.
sweep for the USA. So they're saying Lyles, Knighton, and Bednarik.
No, you see, Niles think he's too sure of himself. And sometimes God is make the foolish
on
things
that
to
one.
confound the wise.
Preach on that one, minister. I want to hear your take on this one.
On which one? I
On
think
this
the USA
one.
could take it.
You
I
didn't get
believe the USA could take it.
you didn't get any vision on this race?
On that race, I didn't pray about that. Shelly, this girl Eileen was just in my spirit, disturbing me, and I had to go and walk the streets and take out all them negative energy. You all don't realize that what a great thing Jamaica is doing right now. Whosoever started that program, kudos to them. Congratulations to the country of Jamaica for putting forth an excellent program that the young people's lives could be changed, that they could have a platform around the world. They're changing their life, the country life,
The
everybody.
Caribbean. And the Caribbean.
When one injured, one get injured, what happens? Don't beat them down. Let them get healed. Let them come back. Encourage them, support them, and you will see how much they will perform even better than before.
All right.
But you will have an excellent program.
All right, Minister. Thank you a lot, man, and thanks for the call once again. We have to make a run. Continue watching and continue sharing it with your church members so they can subscribe to us as well.
Oh, definitely. I have already done so.
Thanks a lot, man. We appreciate it. Great insight once again.
Okay.
In 200 meter, gentlemen, there's this talk about US sweep. It's not happening. Fambule is going to find himself in there. I don't see 3 people beating him. Of course, the teenager is going to fight with Noah Lyles, but there's no sweep. I'm saying it here or no. There's no sweep for the US in the men 200 meter. The top 2 places maybe, but there's no sweep. No sweep. Top 2 places for US.
Kims, you can read that comment for yourself.
Big up yourself, man, Chuck, there, man. Big up your damn self. Hey, what we don't want to ask him, we don't want to ask him a question, right? Because I know the 200, and I know we're probably going to go a little bit deeper into it, right? But I just want to, just on the surface, right? Because I think I was discussing it with Triple LC, and we were saying that for the 4x1, right? Because I see them already say that Brianna and Kimber Nelson going to run. But one of these ladies who run the 300, are probably two of them who run the 200 going to have to run in that relay. How do they decipher who runs? Because last year, Shericka ran because, she did a little foolishness in the 200, so, them throwing the running. But how do we decipher who runs?
All right, gentlemen, save your responses. We have a call online. Caller, good night. Give us your name, where you're calling us from, and go ahead.
Good night, calling from Barbados. Straight out of yard still. And if you didn't have much for someone who really wants to, I just want to treat me a deal with God. We say, we do not even know where I pray. We say, if we ever see 1, 2, 3 tonight, they have to tie me with bag wire and all kind of stuff. Yeah, night me and making a Barbados.
There's a B2 pot cover too, eh?
There's a pot cover ready, man.
You have to pop down. You know what I mean? Pop down. I get mash up Barbados today.
That is it, man. That's the spirit.
Me and Matley get you out,
I wonder what halfway tree looks like tonight on Sam Sharp's screen, man.
Boy, me I tell them, Mr. Somebody in Jamaica, come with us watch and go halfway tree. I swear.
Sam Sharp's screen, man, is just as hot as halfway tree, is my understanding.
But now, like, man, that Bagwire talk got them on. So I want you to drop it before you leave, Ensure that I drop it before you leave. Ensure that you repeat it before you leave.
Yeah, straight. Any almost 1, 2, 3 tonight, bag wire. They must go tie me up over here. God no. You know me that you will have no good sense already. We didn't have for a long time. So no, they would have to go find them. Straight.
Hey, Levon, make sure that if we get that sweep, you call back this person.
Of course, I'm going to ensure that I call her back.
Not if we get it, we just tell ourselves so we are going to get, please.
Where's the manifest it, eh?
No, we can't deal with it right now. We so we are getting it.
All right, do I get the sweep tonight? Straight sweep.
Yes, exactly. I deal with sweep.
That is
Decree and declare it. Decree and declare it.
All right, respect for the call, man. And once it happens, but here what we wanted to do.
Big up yourself.
Spread the word in Barbados about Sports Frenzy. Make sure everybody jump on and subscribe to the channel.
No problem. You know everything for you. That's straight away I deal with. No problem.
That is it, man. Respect.
It's crazy. Gentlemen, just before we answer your question, Tim's, when we have track and field, there's always this big screen in halfway tree for those who are in Jamaica, right? Everybody go halfway tree and not pat and make nice and carry on. But Champs Square in Montego Bay is just as good, It's because the media is not down there. It's just as good. I saw a clip and it's pretty good. So it's all across Jamaica.
All right. So to Terry's Graham, that is actually asking the question in the comment section. How do you call in? So the number is pinned at the top of the chat and it's also running across the screen. So let me just repeat the number for those who don't know it. So it's 876-919-5816. So that is 876-919-5816. Gentlemen.
So these, I see Anthony Henry and even Akio saying freaking we can make 4 changes. Listen, we're not sending them say 4. So let us work with what else.
4 changes.
We are not sending 4 we're not sending 4 marginal women out there. We're not sending 4 marginal women out there.
You can only make 2 changes, Kims, to the 4x1. So 3 women that run, the 3 women that double across the board, 2 of them will have to run in the heats. What they normally do in this case, the coaches, sometimes it depends on who is coaching the athlete, right? Mr. Francis, for example, is a very hard coach. He doesn't like his athlete doubling and then having to run the heat. But he also understands that this is how the championship is set up. So they might just ask Elaine to jog. Of course, they can. 2 of those ladies can drag the heats and still get us into the final. So 2 of them will have to run. I don't know which 2. Shelly is usually given the blight because she's older. And Shericka is usually asked because she's younger. So Shericka will definitely most likely be in the heat. And you might see Elaine in the heat. That's how it's going to work.
I'm not sure that they might do it like that. I think it depends on where the person plays in the 200. I think sometimes maybe that person will have more say, more leverage than the other person. And based on if they're going to ask Shericka to run the 4x4 because
Maybe.
Because she based on what she said at the trials, she's open to running the 4x4, so she's going to run the 4x4. I don't think she'll be running.
Knowing her, coach, it's a.
There's a whole heap of things.
All right, I'm about to stop you guys again because we have another caller coming in. Caller, good night. Give us your name, where you're calling from, and go ahead. So another Bajan in the building. Go ahead, Akita.
So like you're in the country.
Go ahead, man. Connection.
200, and I believe it can be America and Trinidad to take a place in the 200 men.
Okay, so could you repeat your prediction for the women? Damn.
Well, like he's in the country.
Yeah, she said the sweep. She's going for the sweep for the women's 200 meter, and she's not going for a sweep for the US men in the men's 200 meter. She's actually going US and Trinidad.
It'd be nice for Trinidad. Dr. Benny,
let the likes add up with the viewership. So 693, and I think we only have that. Producer, remind me how much likes is there? 357. All right, that's not good enough. Come on, people, get it up to 400. 400 is the aim right now, and before we get to the 500 mark. So come on, guys, let's do it before we reach to the finals of the men's and women's 200 meters. So remember, like, subscribe, share, comment, and leave super chats if you're enjoying the chat. If you feel generous and want to support what we're doing, if you love what we're doing, just go ahead and leave a super chat for us. We appreciate it, and we appreciate all the support. So, gentlemen, continue.
So Marcus was saying that he believes it's dependent on the placings in the 200. Again, I'm more inclined to go with what Kate say, because I think in the past we have seen where Stephen Francis fight for female athletes when he come on to running heats or quote unquote which leg they are running, but it's not really a full-blown discussion. I just wanted really to just get you guys' thoughts, because obviously, we have other things to attend to. But listen, I see a lot of persons. I don't know why a lot of persons writing off Elaine. And listen, I would love the sweep, but again, as the voice of objectivity on this platform, I must be honest.
Voice of what?
I didn't stutter. The voice of
you have to say it again.
The voice of objectivity. All right. I have to be honest. I would, as a Jamaican, I would love to see. I would love to see.
I'm about to break your talk again because we have another call coming in. So, caller, good night. Tell us where you're calling from. Mute your background, please.
Calling from Montreal.
Could you mute your background? Could you mute the background before you actually call in? Mute it.
Okay. Yeah, man. Calling from Montreal.
Okay, go ahead now.
The lady there that everybody is worrying about, she's gonna win or can't win. Was she sick? Did she have some kind of injury?
Oh, Elaine, you're talking about?
Yes. Did she have some kind of injury? Because she was always so good. What's the problem now?
She hasn't looked as good this year as she did last year. And yes, she had an injury at the beginning of the season. So the switch of coaches and all of those stuff is part of the reason why a lot of people don't have her winning the event.
Well, I wouldn't count out, but so much of people against her right now. I believe she just might surprise a lot of us.
So, in regards to the final tonight, who do you have winning it?
Well, I have her coming in first.
Okay.
And Jackson behind that. And you're the lady. I think we have in a repeat of that. So
okay.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm not going to move till I see, because I believe that's what's going to happen. That's why you shouldn't count out that lady.
Okay. And what I want to say, man, big you up, because guess what? It's the first we have ever had a caller from Montreal, so we appreciate it, man.
Okay, man.
Anything else that you want to add?
No, man, I'll be watching. I'm waiting. I'm just waiting to see these three ladies run.
All right,
That's
so
all I want to do.
I have one favor to request from you.
Yeah.
All right, the favor is you please spread the word about Sports Frenzy in Monster so we can get more subscribers and more people to know us.
I'm expecting Leopard back now.
Okay, no problem. Thanks a lot, man.
You're welcome, man.
All right,
Bye.
blessings.
We're
All right.
expecting to be back.
So, oh, yes, this man come on the right. This
As you
man
come start
on the
talk,
right side.
as Kems don't win. Talk to you for me, please.
Hey, so check me out, right? Let me just make my, because I know before them going to start talk, so I'm gonna get my out first, right? So, what I'm saying, right? As the voice of objectivity on the platform, I don't see a sweep, right? There is one athlete, and she shall remain nameless, but there's one athlete I think will be clipped within the last 10 to 15 meters and probably get fourth. That's just one athlete. That's just what I think.
Call names, man. Nobody now.
What happens if that doesn't happen, Kems?
Then I'm wrong. That's it. Is it I'm right? I'm wrong.
Voice
Then I'm wrong.
objectivity. Call the name.
Is it I'm right? I'm wrong. But that's just what I feel, right? As I said yesterday, Cade and Leaford wasn't here. It was me and Corey. But as I said yesterday, Elaine's husband came out, and he said, obviously, and I think Leaford alluded to it many times, where he said, success have to be put into perspective, right? Because, what can be success for us as fans is not the same success as a coach, because we don't know what an athlete is dealing with behind the scenes. And we'll see Asafa come out and make a big video and talk about most Jamaican fans are wagonist and blah, blah, blah. We can get into that later. But what I'm saying is that Elaine's husband, he has been speaking up the 200 meters for as long as I can remember all season. He has never talked about her 100, but he's always said that he feels like she can go faster in the 200. She can go faster in the 200. And I just know that there's going to be something special tonight, and I will be completely surprised if Elaine loses tonight. Completely.
Leaford and you, because we need to talk to this guy about him disagreeing with us about that 400 hurdles. He's not going to get away. He will not get away. Please address him.
Which one?
Good night. First and foremost, good night, everybody. And I mean, manners and respect again. I'm up on the program. I don't know anything or not. I'm living this thing. I feel a little bit. Yeah, did I run around? Yesterday, I'm going to match because I'm just Sterling are playing at Charlotte. So I'm going to take in Sterling. I'm going to take in Chelsea and Charlotte FC. So that's why I'm never the ball last night. But yeah, we're here tonight. So, I mean, let me say, Kade, already. Kim's opinion, we can't not Kim's opinion. That is theme opinion. My family. I'm kind of surprised for you, you must say.
Get some new info, boss. Get some new info.
Yeah, well, the info don't change. Like you always talk about the farm book. The info don't change the fact that how she has been looking throughout these rounds. And again, you have proved me wrong as well, because even in the 400 hurdle, I was saying where I'm going to lose. You say the farm never look too good and our farm never look too pretty. So it kind of funny know that I go against the whole argument of having farm, and that kind of scary to me. But nothing to change. Like I say, from earlier, from about 3 or 4 days ago, Alien not in the farm that we all hope or expect, nor the farm that she showed last year. And due to the fact that it's less than a year and there's a drastic drop in that farm, to be honest with you. So, sweep, I doubt it. I can see Mr. SHERICKA win for sure. Shelly kind of proved to me that she's in some super shape. And it will be very interesting again, and based on even the lane draws and how the lane set up right now. She out in the lane 6, it kind of in a wonderland. So everybody kind of got set to chase. So it'll be very interesting, but I don't see the sweep. And the fourth place we are talking about, it could be possible to say Elaine attack. You just don't want to say it because you hope for something different. Per usual, my top 3.
Actually not, but finish your top 3
my top 3 actually. I say my top 3 are SHERICKA, Shelly. I can say Dean Asher Smith to pull off the 3rd. Elaine, all 1/4.
All right. And yes, Albert saying that persons are posting on Facebook that Elaine will run 21.6 based on sports trends analysis. Albert, we don't mind, no publicity is
Yeah, but
bad
they need to
publicity. So
specifically name
we
it
appreciate it
analyst.
all.
They
With a
need to name
business.
that analyst, and that analyst is Chems. Not
All
all
right, but here what? Hold
Chems.
on, kid. Hold on, kid. Hold on, kid. So, Leaford, I already mentioned something about taking in Sterling yesterday. Are you a Chelsea fan?
Huh? Me?
You're a Chelsea
Hey,
fan?
let me tell you, say I'm not really a fan of the fan thing, I'm a
All
fan
right.
of the
Are you
team.
a supporter of a team?
Me, I don't really support the team. I support Leaford Green for all these years.
Oh, I just wonder if he's a fan of Chelsea because I was going to
Nah,
kick you off
man.
the stream.
Nah, man. I'm not a Chelsea fan, man. But you don't know, say Sterling is a yard man. So you know, it's
Yeah,
a yard
man.
thing.
But
Yard
no,
thing afar. So we always try to support them, whichever, with them there. So we try there with a near or far. We make sure so we
absolutely.
Oh,
can extend and support them.
because this is, you see, the stream right now is dominated by Man United men, so I was about to kick you off. So yeah, good.
Oh, man. Oh, no. Sorry. For
Hey,
years still, no. For years still, sad for disappointing them. I kind of been as a City for years, though, so. Because
All right,
nobody never talk about City.
all right,
So,
all right.
yeah, you know what I
Little
mean?
more.
all right, all right. Well, Leaford, I must say, right, when we spoke about, Russell Field, I mean, yesterday I admit I was wrong, right, but I never see a personal base coming, right, especially from the Heat, and I watched her post race interview, and this is what it's all about. And Lee Ford, as a professional athlete, right? She said that her coach told her that, hey, you made the world champs team from lane 8. There's no reason why you can't make the finals from lane 8. And she said she made some mistakes in the race where she think that she can correct and do better, right? So again, this is what it's all about as an athlete. You go there to run a personal base, you go there to make the finals, you go there to represent your country, and first and foremost represent yourself, right? And I'm okay being wrong with that. It's what I find kind of ironic though is that she's a third qualifier, but the only one to make the final as a Jamaican. I'm surprised Janine Russell didn't make it. I thought that she was a lock to make it, but that is how track and field is, right? We have to run the races. That's why we run the races. But you said that once Rochelle run, she'll make it, and she did run.
She has a
So
lot
that's
of heart. She's one of those athletes with a lot of heart, pure heart. I heard last night. I was listening to you guys while I wasn't on, and I heard Marcus making some very good observation. And Leaford, you could have spoken a little bit to this because, as I always said, the hurdles was your pet event, right? And Marcus was saying that he noticed Jenny Russell has this
All right,
tendency.
gentlemen, I'm about to break up your party because we have another caller 9.
Go
So
ahead,
caller,
go
good
ahead.
night. Give us your name, where you're calling from, and then go ahead.
Okay, I'm calling from St. Catherine, and my name is Therese. And I found your program, and I like it so far.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I want to say when it comes to Elaine, I kind of agree with the lady, what she's saying, positive thing when it comes to Elaine, I know that she's not 100. You can really see it, because the Elaine that we know is not really the Elaine that is on the track right now. So we can actually say she's injured or she's going through something. Because normally, no disrespect to Shericka, no disrespect to Shiki, normally when she alright, then we cannot touch her. So fight to the finish. But I'm still voting on her. I still have confidence that she will prevail.
Okay, so what's the fear that you have? What's your harder for the 200 meters? So you have Elaine winning. Who for second and third?
No, man. All right. Let's see. God work a miracle, Elaine will come first. But I don't believe based upon what I see so far, I can understand that she's going through injuries and suffer. She just wants to, she wants it, but she cannot go all out if she wants to run all 3. And then she wants to prove, she don't want to get injured because next year is champion. Olympics that's around the corner. So I can understand that. But I think she still have more in her. I think the plan is to just come out and just kind of just push out just enough to get by or to create by. Understand? Because she really want to run the 200, and it's her baby.
But
So,
what I want to know, give me all right. Since I have Elaine to win it, right?
no, I don't really have Elaine.
Oh, so you're more so hoping that she does.
Yes, I said if God work a miracle,
All right.
yes, she can win it.
But who do you have to win?
Shericka. I have Shericka. I have Shelly.
Okay.
But I'm not counting out Elaine. Elaine will go on the podium. I'm not counting her out.
Okay.
I'm not counting her out.
Okay.
Because she's a fighter. She's a champion. And that the thing about Jamaicans, you can't. You see, when it comes to Elaine, she's a fighter. She not just roll over and play dead. Shelly is the same. And the greatest thing that they want it. They want it. So when they want it, trust me, they will fight for it. The only way she's not going up on that podium, unless her hall is just not good enough to put her on that podium, but she's going to give all that she has.
And we know her all is good enough.
Win or lose, we'll big her up same way.
All right, Therese, thanks for the call, man. Ensure that you spread the word about Sports Frenzy with your family, your friends, and everybody in your contact, because you said that you buck up on it and you like it, so share it with everybody else that you know.
All right, man. Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Good night to all, yeah.
Leave Ford, say, I'm glad you're on because, I wanted to touch on a topic, but, I was hoping that you or Corey would come on because, I see Asafa Powell made a little YouTube post and somebody sent it to me and said, he's talking about me, right? I mean, indirectly, of course, but, he was basically talking about Jamaican fans being wagonists because, they don't really know what's happening behind the scenes, but when you're on top, it's all cheers. When you're not on top, them cuss you and them beat you, right? And he gave some examples where he said, I think he said in 2012, he ran the heats at 100 meters, flew to, because them grind tier, flew to Florida, got an injection in his groin, come back down to run the semifinals and the finals. And then I guess when he went to, I think that was Olympics, and then he must have pulled up on something, and Jamaican people have said, oh, your mental space not good, and that not good, and that not good. And he's saying, them not even know what he had to go through to even be there. So, as a former professional athlete, do you share the same sentiments as an Asafa Powell or some of these other? Because I think you and Blake have alluded to it before, and other persons as well. Do you think that Jamaican people themselves are just some wagonists and they want the next new thing? The next new thing will jump to.
All right, one of the greatest things that you will understand is you cannot, again, as a professional, take heed to the comments of fans or critics. They are fans, and that is all they are. Them just want to see the best for Jamaica, no matter what, win, lose, or draw. Them can be wagonists as much as them want, because them wagonists towards if you're Jamaican or you're in for Trinity, US, whatever country you're in for. So you can, as a professional athlete, ever get caught up into what fans have to say. All right, I'm a bronze medalist from World Championships. Many people, all Jamaica beat me bad. Why they beat me bad? Me, they run the anchor leg on the team there, and 2 man run past me in the home stretch. You think we could make excuse? No, this is just facts. Oral Tracy in 2011, you can go back here and watch it. There you go. Oral Tracy, you can go find the sports commentary too. Oral Tracy said, "It's a national disaster. Me trade brands for goal." So with that being said, if you sit down and take in what fans are gonna say to you, you will never ever go nowhere in this sport. Yeah. So you're in the wrong sports. So people can say them weak and them weak-minded and whatever they want to say, because that is what the image them portray and put out. Could you imagine if after that year the media just drop and stop run 2011, Moon reach Olympics 2012, I want to become ranking at the top 10 in the world. So, I just say this to say, as professionals, you hear them attack, but you don't hear them. You go in through 1 year and come through the other years. Don't get caught up in those type of conversation. You understand? We are here, and you're analysts who we are going to go offer where we see. So if you come out this year and you run good and we expect you to run good and you don't do that, we of course reserve the right to say what we want to say. Nobody's supposed to not that. You know what I mean? And that's just the cold hard truth.
No, but honestly, Leaford, that listen, again, there are certain things as fans that we can say, and there's a certain things that I just believe.
And Kems.
No man, they can't say everything, Kems. Man, we are talking about Kems. No. They can't say everything. You can't say everything.
I can't say that. I can't say that. Why? Because for some no, this is it, Leaford. Especially when you have a particular platform. For someone national disaster, that is out of line. Like,
but guess what? But guess what? This is me. What in that talk about world trade. When we see him, I laugh. Many laugh about it. That is his job. What me if you do, me can't stop the man from them sports commentary. When him tell Asafa say nah make finals, him go tape up him mouth. Asafa go do tape up him mouth when they make the finals. So what you say? The man them up to say what them say. That's for them job. My job if I go to go perform and do my duty. You cannot get caught up in those type of comments and go back and forth unless you're gonna really shut these people up. You understand? So Kems,
thank you very much,
analyst. You are an analyst. If you aren't here saying stuff based on your experience, the best them can say, oh, you mean experience, you don't know what about. But guess what? That is your job to go and get on Google, wherever, research, come with the facts, and just put it forward. Facts speak more than anything else. You can't get caught on anything there. And that's my advice to any professional we watch. You can listen to analysts.
Likes, comment, and share, folks, if you're enjoying the conversation, because there's a lot of knowledge drop happening here. Like, comment, share, and give us some super fan like too. Leaford would have been exposed to some sports psychology when he was at KC, right? At least they don't just go there and compete like that. They are spoken to by professionals.
Psychology, I call it.
Besides him, it bounce off because they know that comes with the territory. People are going to speak about you, but this is how you handle it as a professional.
Yeah, all right, but
so hold on a second, James. So Leaford, why is it that? Yes, people must listen to oral, right? So athletes, I mean, but you remember what Asafa did?
Him tip up his mouth. Yeah, then oral tell him to tip up his mouth. Oral treat to say if he make the finals, him say if Asafa make the finals, he might go come on TV and tip up his mouth. Which he come on TV and did tip up his mouth. And Asafa take him number on his side and put over his mouth to make the finals. So him fire back too. That's a field problem. So if you are thinking about oral treat to reach our finals, then we love to say to you then.
Can I add this?
You should have just hit back at him. Simple.
Can I add this? And I agree 110% with what Leaford just said, right? It's simple. If you are in sports is about performance. If you are going to worry about people, it means that you're weak mentally, right? And to do well in sports, you have to have a strong mentality. So if you have those persons that just go and get up, because you're always going to have people that criticize, no matter how well you do, right? But you then have to look at yourself and say, oh, but, all right, Kim said that Rochelle Clayton want to make it. The girl won a personal best. It's simple as that, Even though she never win the race, it's simple. She put out a PB, so that's literally her best, wherever she finished in the race, that was her best. If everybody were to do that, then guess what? There wouldn't be so much criticism at the end of the day, because people could look at the performances and judge based on that and say, all right, yes, I can see that you're giving your 100%. But you see, anytime you leave a little gap, that is the window that people will always play on and come at you and try to attack you. So until people improve their performance to try to, and I mean, nobody can be perfect, but you try to get as close to perfection as much as possible. As Leaford alluded to, in 2011, if he had listened and really let that soak in his mind and just allow him to just give up on the sport, he wouldn't have gone to the Olympics.
But Shakes, but Shakes, hold on. I'm going to show you why I personally believe in our Asafa says. Separate, I agree with Leaford, but let me show you. 2008, right? 2008, Shelley and Fraser Price met that team, 98% of Jamaicans don't want her. Who is Shelly and
Alright,
Fraser
so hold
Price?
on, number. So hold on. So we have a caller.
All right.
Alright, caller, good night. Go ahead.
Good night. My name is Keisha Lee. I come from Barbados, and I want Jamaica to win this.
Could you repeat?
She want the locals to win.
My name is Keisha Lee. I call her from Barbados, and I want Jamaica to win this.
Okay, I love that. I love
Big
that
up.
we are getting support from the rest of the Caribbean. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Big up Barbados.
Yes.
Hey,
Jamaica
Kems.
performance is for the whole
Kems.
Caribbean, right? Jamaica
Alright,
represents the Caribbean.
alright, kid. I go share some more moments again throughout my personal career where if me listen to people, I'm not gonna know it. 2015, Q know and K they know to cause we talk in a group all the time about it. 2015, to some circumstances, I was in Jamaica training for a while. I start training, I stop training, because I get demotivated because my family in America, me there Jamaica, you see me? Due to circumstances. Them can tell you, I stay down in Jamaica, I gain weight and reach about 230 pounds. You see the same track people in hear talk, them same track people, used to say, why am I do? Why am I just quit? Why am I train for same way? Zane? All right, a good friend of mine, Jeremy Gonzalez, him see me and him say, yo, I like where you look, come train with me. That was at Cameron Blazers, right? So we give thanks to them. And that's what I say, I'm not knocking their capability as it regards training with Iliad because Darren Hero was one of my coaches while I was there doing that, that in a couple months. Long story short, my God track me, be run left me again. Everybody say, why you not stop run? But 2015, take a look and say, will you go Beijing as one of the 400 hurdlers? And that made my 5th World Championships. So again, as an athlete, if you sit down and listen to what critics or people have to say, you want to stay in that spot or even work.
I agree fully, Leaford. Just chiming in, kind of getting a scope of where the conversation is. Track and field is entertainment.
All right, Coach Q, can I sit there for
Every
a second, quick? Just remember your thoughts. Get your thoughts. All right, caller, good night. Give us your name, where you're calling us from, and go ahead.
My name is Lambert, and I'm calling from New York.
All right, go ahead, Lambert.
Now, I just want to give my views. Listen, I think Jamaica is going to sweep. The reason why I was worried about Shelly, and so far Shelly and Cooper herself and SHERICKA, but the main purpose of Elaine coming to this meet was for the 200 meter. She needs to set it's important for her to win a medal in the 200 meter because that's one of her strong points, 200 meter. So Jamaica is gonna do a sweep tonight. Whenever the race is run, you're gonna see Jamaica do a sweep. So Jamaica is gonna set the record of doing a sweep in the 100 and a sweep in the 200, which no other country has ever done. And you'll see for sure in the next couple of hours. And you're going to be celebrating because you're going to understand what it is. This is a setup from Elaine. And she's going to do very well, regardless of the injury that that's why she's savoring that injury. She didn't go all out. She just needs to be qualified because she didn't want to go all out and hurt herself. But she will go all out in the final because that's what they did, and she's gonna set the record, and she's gonna make Jamaica proud.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, respect for the call, man, and ensure to spread the word about Sports Frenzy.
Coach Q.
All right, I will.
All right.
Well,
Coach Q,
Kems, you have somebody in the corner, Kems.
I mean, tell him to call. I mean, tell him to
You
call.
tell him. We say what's up, man. Yeah. So pretty much gathering the sense of the conversation about the feedback that athletes get from commentators and analysts and general criticisms. Track and field, just like any other sport, is geared towards entertainment. One of the key entertainment factors in all sports is the analysts, the commentators, the people that say they're experts or analysts that give their views. And a lot of it is pretty much with the intention of creating controversy. So as an athlete, you can't get caught up in the web of kind of locking yourself into that, which is why, each athlete should have like a team that pretty much kind of, get them in a space mentally in terms of, all right, so one thing you don't do, we don't listen to this, we don't listen to that. Like, for example, I coach Immaculate. So before champs, everybody knows the champs prediction book. I don't put that, the girls don't see that. That don't come anywhere around them because I don't want to cloud their thoughts or their focus into, how am I going to predict me for this? Or, whatever, to kind of fluster them from being focused on what they needed to do. So especially once you get to the professional realm, you are at the stage where you will receive not just the praises, you get the criticisms as well. Shelley got criticisms. Bolt get criticisms, like, across the board, across the world. As much as people love him, you have a good chunk of people that, I won't say hate, but, will always try to, create controversy. I think even recently there's tweets about now Jamaicans must be on drugs because, you can't be dominating for so long and whatever the case might be. So those things are forever going to be present. But as athletes, you cannot allow yourself to be driven by that. As with the whole Asafa thing, as Leaford said, you cannot be in the 100-meter finals or 100-meter semifinals and you're focused at you're going out the way to gesture to a commentator or an analyst that made a particular prediction that says it can't or can't or not, whatever the case. That is for him to deal with. Your job is on the track.
But Corey, and I don't mean for cut you, but let me just say something here. Like, again, some of us mentally are stronger than some, right? Leaford was able to get over that. But just imagine a person, because there have been things said about Asafa that is quote unquote mentally weak, right? Allegedly mentally weak, right? But just imagine you go on Instagram.
Allegedly.
Right, Kims, hold on a second. So we have another call coming in. Caller, good night. Tell us where you're calling from. All right, mute your background, please. Hold on a second, man. Could you mute your background, please?
Okay. Yeah. I did that.
All right, go ahead now.
Yeah, what time the race start?
All right, so in the next 30 minutes. Well, 20 minutes, sorry.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
In 20 minutes.
Yeah. That's it? Yeah, man. Big up first time caller from Turks and Caicos. I appreciate it. All right.
Big up.
Yes, sweep.
Excellent. Sweep.
All right, so what the order you have? What's the order that you have them finishing?
All right. Japan up first, and Shelian, and of course, Ilian.
All right. Respect for the call, man, and continue supporting us and ensure that you spread the word about us in Turks and Caicos. Spread the word about us, man. All right, fam. Bless up. All right.
Yeah, Corey, so really quickly, because I know we have to discuss the race, but really quickly. So imagine now, you go on Instagram, oh boy, you're not good. You go on Facebook, oh boy, you're not good. You go on Snapchat, oh boy, you're not good. It starts to take a toll on you. And let me tell you something. Let's say Elaine is the one who made the sweep door happen today. She in a trouble on social media. She in a big trouble on social.
That's
true.
Big
trouble.
That's true.
And we can always say, like, for example, we can always say, yeah, as an athlete, our job is, the job is to run, the job is to do this. But again, let us not act like we're not humans, right? Some of us are, some of us stronger than some, but we are also human beings with real feelings. And some things that people are saying about us just really hurtful.
So
no, but Ken,
and I get that. But hold on, before you add, and I get that. But you have to keep in mind also that you opted to be in this sort of professional environment, which is going to expose you to the criticisms and all of that. So one, you need to be prepared for that. It's just like the Elaine, for whatever reason, let's say, God forbid, she failed to carry through the sweep. It's just like somebody on a relay team, like anchor, get the button in front and people run past them. You're going to get the lashings. So track and field is not only about, taking the praise when they come, but taking the criticisms, whether from a logical place or whether from a hurtful spot. And especially when you're on the world stage and you're representing your country and stuff like that, they believe they have shares in terms of your coaching and the result that you put out there. Which is why, again, as I say, you might not be, you identify that, boy, this is damaging to you and your performance. So just like what I do, I keep my athletes away from, all of those mediums that will damage them mentally or whatever. So it's like creating a space. For example, I think I'm not sure, but I'm almost certain that Sydney McLaughlin has not had any social media presence through the
Yeah,
World Championship.
yeah. She said she came off. Yep.
Exactly. So yeah, and
You're mute.
exactly because she's getting herself in a mental space to be focused. So you have to take control of that. You can't control people's narratives and people's input or suggestion or criticisms. You
And sometimes
control
you
what
just
you
have to
choose to
pause.
get into your psyche.
And
Sometimes
you are exactly correct. You are exactly correct. And that's the point I want to get across to Kems. There is absolutely no sport where athlete is peer criticism. In every single sport, track, football, it doesn't.
Everyone.
I have heard the most things said about Messi and Ronaldo and the
when they
worst.
lose,
You
especially when they
understand?
lose.
And I am saying that I remember even LeBron, I believe, back in 2010 and stuff like that, when they're killing him on social media. And he decided that when he was going into 2011 championship, him just come off of social media totally. So as an athlete, you have to determine what is it that will bother you and that bother you, and then you make the necessary step to ensure that that doesn't. Just as you say, coach, you don't let that book get to your girls because you don't want them to think about that.
Right.
You understand? So your handlers, your
Exactly.
people around you, there are some sportsmen who can handle it. We have seen Kevin Durant up and down and interact with players and people who are criticizing him all over, and him go out and go play him game. Some athletes can handle it, some can't. You have to
Some
know
can.
where you are at and then make the difference. Some
So
can, some
gentlemen,
can't.
One person that it
gentlemen,
works for is Bolt. Bolt handles
Right.
criticism well, and it fuel him. The worst thing you want is talk bad about Bolt because it make him get,
Yeah.
in that mood. But not
It's
everybody
fire him up.
respond that way.
Fire him up.
Yeah.
all right, so I'm about to change the discourse of the argument, and now it will be centered solely on the women's 200-meter finals that's
15
about to
minutes
come
time
up. So,
already.
But
Yes.
no, the men them are run first or the woman them
Can
first?
you
The
start?
women,
Mike first.
so before we go to that, first and foremost, let's pick up our sponsor, Let's Care Medical, Let's Care Optical, and visit their 3 branches. One at unit number 4, the Annex Evans Service Center, that's on 2 Manchester Road, Mandeville. Also, shop number 2, Fern Village, Santa Cruz, St. Elizabeth, that's right behind the Jane Bank. So once you see the Jane Bank, you cannot lose. And last not last but not least, as always, 10 Church Street, Montego Bay, St. James. So, guys, ensure that you go and support them. And remember, if you use the code SportsFrenzy 2022, you'll get 20% off any eyeglass purchases. And as you heard the man himself said earlier on, while he was on, the CEO of Let's Care Medical, Let's Care Optical says that if Shericka runs the world record tonight, he's going to give away $10,000 credit to one of you guys. So come on, let's give him some support, man. And it's school time coming up. And I know that a lot of people, kids, well, a lot of kids, a lot of students want to get their medical done. He's offering they're offering a low rate. $500, get the medicals done. You can't get nowhere else cheaper than that. So $500, get a medical done. So cash in on it at what it lasts. So gentlemen, 200-meter finals will be coming up shortly. You guys to just go through, and we're going to go through these ladies one by one to see who we really think is going to win this. So in lane 1, I'm put up lineup on the screen quickly. So in lane 1, we have Mojinga Kambunji from Switzerland. I'm going to ask you guys one by one about separate athletes. So we'll start with Vinny. As a matter of fact, you know what, Leaford. So Leaford, when I look at Mujinga Kambunji, how do you think she will actually perform in this final?
I think, I mean, for her, she should be honored, making the world finals with the caliber of field that was set up and in place. Um, I'm not putting too much expectation on her. She's one of them people that she from Switzerland. Like, how much that you want to see a Swiss in an individual finals like this? So for her, I just think she just going out there to just try to present herself to the best way possible.
All right, say no more. Let's clear some of the other athletes. So in lane 7, we have Aminatu Seni. I'm going to ask Kid how he
I don't know.
thinks
I don't know
Seni
why you
will
chose me to
perform.
answer about sin, You don't want to stir up some problem on this thing. You're telling me to avoid these things, and yet you ask me to comment on these things. Why you choose me for sin?
Answer the thing,
You
man, and
know
stop
my
wasting
thoughts.
time.
I am not going to defer. I'm just going to say that I wish Saini the best. She's one of those athletes who can win this whole thing. Maybe not beat Shericka, but I'm being honest. She's one of these athletes who can come through and find herself right in the middle because she's just that good, right? Kambunji's lane one don't suit her. She's too
No, no, no,
tall.
no, 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 Kid. That's about one person, man. Why you jump
Okay,
over into somebody else?
okay.
Pay
No,
attention.
yeah, I defer, I
You can't,
defer, I
you
defer.
can't tell say you feel in a class, You don't pay attention.
Actually, I did very well, but go ahead.
You're a smart man, brother. Kids.
All right.
I was very good.
All right. So Abistain, Kems.
Uh, Abby Steiner, man, what can I say about you? Long, grueling collegiate season from the University of Kentucky. Obviously, with a personal best of 21.77, the third fastest time in the world this year. Nothing to sneeze at. The only thing that is probably a downfall on her is that tonight will be her 55th race of the season. When those things happen, that is, we see how it's affecting her, and we see that she's not, her turnovers are not as crisp, not as sharp as we're used to them being for those who are avid Abby Steiner fans. But listen, once you're in the final, coach, this is what I learned from Coach Q since I've been doing this thing. We're running against people, we're not running against time. And listen, nobody's going into this final saying, "Hey, I'm going to lose." Everybody's trying to win, right? And once you're in the final, you're
All
one of
right.
these
Speed it
eight
up. Speed it up.
women.
Speed it up.
No, I talk, boss. You give me a talk to talk. But
Speed it up,
anyway,
man. 10
once
minutes.
you're once
You
you're in
didn't
the
get old,
final
I
and you're one of these eight women, you have a chance. So good luck to Abby Stein out there.
All right. So 1.1K persons on the chat currently viewing us. Ensure that you leave a like on the stream and ensure that you subscribe. And if you feel generous, you can leave a super chat as well. So come on, guys. All right. The next athlete that we're going to look at is one Dina. No, as a matter of fact, Tamara Clark. Coach Q, quickly.
Um, Tamara. Tamara Clark showed, announced herself well at the U.S. trials. 21-9 3 times, I believe, so far, consecutively in the semifinals and also in the, I believe, the heats. Right, getting close to her PB. So she's within a good range as a coach. You like when your athlete is within a good spot. So that means at any given time you get good conditions, the right motivation, a good execution, and the time can drop. She's definitely a contender for medal. I'm expecting her to be, very, very thunderous off the corner. She clearly finishes strong, as we saw in the semifinals, looking for that closing speed in the 100, in the last 200.
All right, for people in the chat that are asking about what time is the race, so it will be running in the next 8 minutes. Vinny, over to you now. So, Dina Smith, quickly.
Dina Asha Smith. I believe the one person that, well, let me not say one, but I believe she's poised to break up the sweep that Jamaica is trying to do. She is the reigning world championship. She has shown great speed coming into the 200 meter. She was fourth in the 100 meter, and I believe that she has what it takes. If Elaine should slip up, if Shelly should run out of gas, Dina Asha Smith is going to be right there to be on the medal podium.
All right, boss, say no more. I know to the Jamaicans, so let's just go through them one by one. So, Kem, so I'm gonna start with you, the Olympic champion, Elaine Thompson Euro. Go ahead.
Oh man, well, the soon to be world champion, right? So Elaine Thompson here, right? Obviously, at the national trials she ran what 22.07, lowering that in the semifinals, so she's getting better. Listen, again, I'll always say this, once a champion, always a champion, right? And I think that she's going to go there and execute. And I think if she executes how we know Elaine to execute, she'll have something to say. Lane two, lane three, doesn't matter what it is. I'm riding with Elaine for the gold tonight.
All right, and we're
Why,
now
why
going back
please
to the
get quiet while again?
So Shakes, what do you really feel Elaine will perform in this final?
All right. Jamaican hope is that she gets the bronze medal. Head is telling me that she's gonna get fourth. Vinny's right when he mentioned Dina Asher Smith can spoil the party. I believe that it'll be a photo finish for the third place. The first two athletes will be out and about. Yeah. But Elaine will be fighting for that bronze medal.
All right. The rest of gentlemen, I just want the prediction in terms of where Elaine will actually finish. So, Kid, what position?
Shericka is going to win the race. I have no doubt about
What
that.
position Elena go?
Honestly,
Kid.
I see Elaine. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I thought it's a prediction. Elaine is fighting for the bronze medal, and the people she's fighting with is Saini and Asher Smith. Those are the people he's fighting with for the bronze.
Kid,
Asher
I'm gonna ask you about one person, Kid.
All right. Leaford.
Respectfully, I said fourth. Respectfully, fourth.
All right. Coach.
Share the same. Respectfully fourth.
Vinny.
Yeah, mute Vinny.
Sorry. Just realized. Elaine, I believe third. I have her third. I have her that she would medal. In fact, I initially have her for second. But based on what I see Shelly look, I believe that she'll get the third.
Third. We don't want to explain. I can explain too.
All right. Shelly. Anyone, jump on.
Second.
Clear second.
Shelly first off the count and second through the line.
Oh, and let's add this, Shelly, personal best.
Yeah, definitely, personal best. I'm expecting her
yes.
21-7, 21-6, thereabout.
Yeah, she's gonna run 21.
Elaine is not gonna give up that bronze medal that easy.
No, she's not. Elaine,
once a champion, as Kem says,
always a champion.
Elaine is going to go for that sweep.
Kid, we are talking about Shelly.
My ears over so. Shelly,
you feel in the class and I think I lie, I tell you. Feel in the class. But guess what? 1,524 people on the chat right now. Come on, people, like up the stream, subscribe, and leave a super chat if you feel like. But most importantly, I want you guys to
my stream
like,
is a bit slow than you guys, so sometimes I'm.
All right, kid, we don't want to hear your voice right now. So the winner, obviously, we are choosing Shericka.
So definitely, Jackson looks to be in imperial form. She definitely with a PB in the 100 and her 400 background definitely looks. That combination would make it a deadly 200-meter runner.
All right, politician, Wagwan.
Rich.
All right, give me a prediction quick.
Huh?
Give me a prediction.
Shericka, Shelly, hopefully Elaine. If only person I can see stop this 1, 2, 3 is Dina Asher Smith.
All right. And here's what's going to be my request. I got multiple messages from last night into today. Producer, I got it right? About Coach Q, man. The people have enjoyed Coach Q commentary last night, so they're requesting for him to call this 200-meter final.
Oh, all right.
I hope he can keep up with Shericka's running.
No problem.
But honestly, man, I got quite a few requests from last night, man, saying that they thought that it was someone from one of these major stream platform like BBC and things like those.
Right, it's because of good practice. As I said, I did 2012 Olympics with BBC, so I
It
have
was
some
good.
background.
It was
Well,
good, man.
I'll do my best.
All right, fam. But this is what we have all been waiting for, gentlemen. This is the event, and right now, I just want to see a super fast time. That's all I'm hoping for.
Anyone predicted a world record?
Yes, Shakes
If the
did.
conditions I don't know what the wind is
If
like.
Shelly,
If there is a positive at least 1.2 or better wind, you can expect a good challenge for the world record.
Levon,
But I
there's
say
a
it's
world
world
record.
championships, they hunting each other, not the record.
There's a
I
world
think,
record number of people on the stream awaiting a world record in this race. It's as simple as
yeah,
that.
I think Shelly can set up this world record.
And I called it yesterday. I said, Shelly gets out. I don't
21.5.
think 21.5. I think, but I think if Shelly gets out and Jackson chases her with composure, then the record is in trouble.
Yes.
But Kate is right, Sini is a little bit dangerous and troubling. No, we haven't seen her gone down 21-8 or anything like that. But
Vinny,
I remember Mboma. The last time, eh? You see how she come through? Alright.
Yeah, man.
I am hoping she doesn't.
Third gonna be photo finish.
Hey, for those in Jamaica, just tell when the race start, because we know it faster than ours. So just tell when it starts.
If I go into the announcing, you'll know when it starts.
Announce that. Everybody want to announce again.
Yeah, but we announce again. You want to see this?
Hey, man. Take the wall of my shine. I saw mute you.
No. Elaine looks relaxed. I think just seeing all of the ladies walk out, they look like titans, and this is how I like to see.
So we're at number one in the
Olympic
200
final.
Mind the main surprise with your second,
Who ranked number one in 200 if Elaine ranked 2? And Shericka ranked 3.
I'm not sure. I should check that. I think it would be based on last season as well, not just this season. So
maybe Mboma.
Probably Mboma.
The last season showed this season.
Yeah, it's probably Mboma. All right, ladies, getting ready to get in the blocks.
Oh boy. Okay, this is it.
So, gentlemen, I want you all to be quiet so Coach Q can call the race. See?
All right, so anticipating excellent race. Everybody looking forward to a Jamaican 1, 2, 3. This will be a fairy tale ending for Shelly to win the double at this championships. Shericka has a lot to say. Ladies on the set, and they're off. Shelly and Fraser out like a rocket, getting to that 100-meter mark in front. Abby Steiner not too far behind. Shelly in front. Jackson right beside her, powering home, gets past Shelly and Fraser. Elaine is nowhere. Asha Smith is in third. Jackson coming through to the line at 21.46. Awesome effort. Awesome effort. Shericka Jackson, 21.46, breaks the championship record, gets closer to the world record. Shelly and Fraser would have come in on second place.
That's
Dina
21.
Asha bronze.
Dina. And Sene was fourth, right?
Sene was
fourth.
Me know Dina did go get there, man. If it wasn't Elaine, it would have been Dina.
Neither Elaine or Dina. Only Dina can break the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's awesome. Not sure where Elaine finished. Didn't
she
look
finished,
like
I think, seventh, either 6th or 7th.
Didn't look like she was a part of that race.
Coach Q, she
to be
finished
honest,
7th.
she finished 7th.
She finished
but I said
7th.
didn't look like she had a presence in that race. So another outstanding medal for
One
Shelly.
thing is for sure.
Great work for Shericka.
21.40.
I know it wasn't possible.
When Shelly run, 21 what? 80 something?
21.4.
No, Shelly.
21.
21.
It's not posted.
I want the Kems. Relax, Kems. We know
Guess what?
Kems.
Kems that bang your face.
Hold on.
Kems.
21-4.
We have a
Yeah.
caller.
21-81. What win yesterday?
21-81.
She would have gotten the 21-3 range.
Gentlemen, listen for a second, man. Open the ears and stop that, man. We have a caller at night. Adlab, shoot.
Big up on yourself, man. Them.
Up.
Okay, let's take off the mug off your face. All right. Make sure my car because when we say alien, I struggle. Okay, must beat me wicked.
I think Shelly push Shericka, boy. Shelly certainly pull Shericka.
Yeah.
Kid. As a college man, Kim's my brother. You have to stop and buy
Sorry, Mr. Host.
Come back on the stream, brother. Come out with the foolishness. Sit down, man. I'll take your beating. Let me take out the leather belt. I beat your whole year with the football. I was still a beating. Yeah, nonsense. Bias to win. You don't know we have car.
That is it, man. That is it, man.
Kems, I think you need to put your personal number out there so that them can call you directly.
Kems!
I'm doing some bad wedding. So I'm going to tell him, say, alien, I was struggle for me, dog. I need an apology, Georges, man. George and brother, apology. You put the apology, brother, but I cried with him.
Yes, right, man. let me actually see. The man is crying, man.
For the people, I'm still though, yo. I am not an alien either. We just like beat chemistry, but I'm disappointed. So when I get the 1, 2, 3. I'm very disappointed. So when I get the 1, 2, 3. But big up Shericka, same way. And big up the man them.
All right, fam. Big up. Jano, yo, look at chats to my good brother. Kems, what on? Jano star. Come on, people, like up that man. Look at the live emotions. Look at the man on the stream shedding tears. Come on, people. Like up the stream, man. Where's he ever say something? Come on, man. Give us some likes for that, man.
Alien, not well.
It is. Honestly speaking, let me just say this. Honestly speaking, I do believe that probably I am going to go on say Alien has some niggling injury based on what I am seeing. We know she changed the coach, we know and stuff. So based on what she has said, I do believe she has an injury. When Elaine is fit, she really does not run like this. So I do believe that there is something there. She said
something is off because she would have run 21-9 in her semi-final. And she did look comfortable doing it.
21-9 and I've gotten her a silver now.
Listen, let's be real.
A bronze rather. 21-9 I've gotten her a bronze.
Yeah, man, something is up with her.
Yeah, but remember, I don't remember. I think I said it to Levon some months ago that if remember that she got the time to rest her Achilles during COVID, for the Olympics. She got that era.
True.
She don't have that this time. She never have that this year. So she had to. What time they start back training? October. So she got like a month or 2 rests.
You know what I don't like. I don't like when we create excuses for the athletes.
No, that's making excuses. I said it someone.
As in, yes, you're pulling rabbit out of hat. I think, especially for Elaine's sake, I would personally allow her to stay at our game rather than
if you listen to what I'm saying that some months ago on this program, I asked if they think that this will affect her, given the fact that she don't get any rest this season, for this season coming in.
I don't think she didn't even have a busy season to be like, boy.
No, man. No,
why she never get the rest, that's what I'm saying.
I would agree with Ryan in this sense. If the Olympic was held in 2020, Elaine would not have been a double champion.
Yes, she wouldn't.
She got the rest, and she came 2021 and dominated.
Remember, I know the only way I can treat the
Uh,
Achilles properly is rest or surgery. She got the rest. She don't get that rest this year. And before the season began, I said it that I think it is going to affect her. So I'm not making an excuse right now. I'm just
Uh,
saying that
uh,
what I said seemed to have played out.
Well, we are so greedy. We get 1-2. That's a big achievement for the
yeah,
Caribbean.
one two big
Anyway, make we talk about the
achievement.
winner, them, no?
Yes.
Talk about the
Yeah,
winner.
exactly.
Yeah, man.
That's
All
Let's
right.
right.
talk
Yeah, man.
about
You get
Sharika 21-4. That's
But
amazing.
Brethren, that
21
is the world
46.
record, you know?
me could say something
Yeah.
real quick. Me say something real
Go
quick.
ahead,
Me
Leaford.
try to do as quick as possible. Because again, per usual, same thing we I say. When people run fast, there is no excuse. When them run slow, which I'm in the most excuse. When she that kill
Exactly.
everybody, nobody say anything about that
Nobody
killing.
said anything.
True.
Okay.
Nobody say anything. So no,
True.
we don't need to hear she never recover, she
Exactly.
didn't recover because last year she the on top of the world with the Achilles injury. So what's the difference this year? She have a new coach, new program. Let's go in that direction. That's kind
James,
of
you
more
hear
so
that?
what
New
they
coach, new
and
program.
also taking a look at the race again. She in the first 50 meter, Dina Asher Smith bust the block panel and gone. She looked like a
Yes.
person that
True.
run that was demotivated. If you look at
Yeah,
the
yeah,
home stretch, it
definitely.
looked like she just a stride out. I mean, I don't want to be too. I don't want to jump on certain things because guess what? Let's see what's gonna happen with this 4x1 because somebody has to run the 4x1 heats. And so let's
Exactly.
see
Two of them
what's
is
going
going to
to
have to
happen.
run it. Both of them.
So
hey,
something so we will see if she is injured or is just that she's just not fit or she's just demotivated because she realized say, hey, I'm not where I'm supposed to be. So when I go there go compete with the all out heart what I'm supposed to. Let's see. I don't want to jump and say anything yet. Make her keep
uh,
watch the championship and kind of see what I want. What I gonna say,
Okay.
can't take away from Shericka Jackson.
Sharika,
21.
Yeah, take
amazing,
away from
amazing.
Shericka.
That's
listen,
no
Shericka did
joke.
that's the second fastest time ever run
In history.
listen.
in
Yeah.
history.
National record.
Probably,
This one,
probably
National
the
record,
unofficial world record by
championship
some people
record.
on there too.
listen,
Probably the
Um,
unofficial world record by a lot of people on
listen,
there.
Corey.
well executed
Kid,
race.
kid, listen, kid, please. When one of the gentlemen are making a point, don't intervene. Thank
No, I
you.
was just saying, sir, world record. That's all.
Thank you.
Listen,
Thank you,
Shelly.
thank you.
so,
Shelley's
By
expressions are
Shelly. My
crazy.
God, are
uh,
priceless.
so,
Her
so let me,
expressions are
But,
priceless.
so let me say
but
something.
separate. Go ahead, Kims.
Let me say something really quickly, right? Before we start to celebrate the winners, right? I mean, I totally agree with Leaford. What Elaine Thompson Hero came out and did today is a disservice to herself, a disservice to the Jamaican people. That was absolutely atrocious. From I don't Leaford said the
You
first
see,
50 meters. Leaford said the first 50 meters, I think is the first 10 meters. As she started the race, she looked disinterested. She looked like she don't want to run. She looked like, okay, a $4,000 for last place, I can get that $4,000 and just take a last place. That is exactly what it looked like to me. It's no listen. There's a thing when you're Jamaican. You see, when you're a Jamaican, there's just a particular fight. There's just a particular character we have about yourself.
True.
Elaine did not display that just now. What I saw just now was absolutely pathetic. It was absolutely this brother.
No, Kim, stop. Kim,
No,
stop.
no,
I know
kid,
you're emotional,
kid,
but don't do that.
kid. Am I time to talk? When you're time to talk, you can say something. Am I time to talk first? What I saw just now was
Got
absolutely
200.
atrocious,
It
boss. It
means
was atrocious. And I don't want to, I'm not talking, listen, I am done with Elaine Thompson. I
Men
am
time, men
done with
time.
her.
200
Hey, we
meals.
did
200.
mention one
The
of
men is coming up.
we did mention that if we mess up the sweep, them like a crucifier. It's funny that the crucifixion is coming from Kent.
Let me put a disclaimer. He really doesn't mean that,
All right,
okay?
no disclaimer. Let's get to the men's 200 meter
Kim's
final.
said 21-6.
Men's
So
Let's
200.
two teams still.
let's get to the men's 200 meter final. Thank you.
All
Okay.
right.
All right, so men's 200 meter finals. This is the lineup. Just like quickly to it.
I've
All right.
19 to win by the ways.
So here it goes. Luxol Adams from South Africa, Jeremy Shorts, Trinidad and Tobago, Arian Knight in the USA, Alexander Ogando. I actually have this guy medaling. Kenny Bednarek from USA, Noelas, USA, Joseph Fanbule, Liberia, and the Canadian Aaron Brown. Once again, Coach Q, I want you to go ahead and call the final.
No
And
problem.
there's what 1,595 people on the stream right now. Come on, people, like up the stream, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it to what 2,900, producer. And remember, if you feel generous and you like what we're doing, you guys can also go ahead and leave a super chat. If you like when Kim's just cried, come on, man, just give us a super chat for that. Pure emotions, live.
Real emotions, real emotions.
Yes, man.
But the 200-meter is expected to be for the men expected to be the showdown here is between Knighton and Noah Lyles. If those who aren't aware, we saw the bragging that happened at the US Championships. Both have something to prove. More so Knighton. Lyles is a showboat. Very confident. Don't know if he's overconfident. But Knighton has something to prove. Has the fastest time in the world this year, as I've always preached. At the championships, you're not running against time, you're running against individuals. So it's just whatever you perform or produce on that particular day. To Benderek, medaled at the Olympics, is poised to medal here as well, which would give US an expected sweep. Ogando, as mentioned, has the potential to upset. So does I believe Richards has shows good form, has run 19.8 two times this season. So expecting him to be challenging for that third spot as well. I expect the turnout to be similar to the women, Lyles and Knighton out and in front, and the race on for third place.
Someone were to upset the apple cart and upset USA, Steve, who do you think it would be?
To upset the sweep, it could be Ogando, Richards, or Brown. It's hard to choose one person because they're all within the
Oganda,
same.
Richards, or Brown? Or Brown?
Or Brown.
Okay.
Brown
Brown from
within the
okay.
same. Yeah. Brown looked good qualifying for the semis, qualifying in the semis. So expecting good running from him.
Well, I hope there is a 1-2 only. Them can't have 3.
You always get the streak. Yeah, that would be a little bit too much sweeps for one champ.
Yeah. If we never get a 200 sweep, I don't want them get it.
Sir, it's from my side. Let me see.
Let me know you're nothing.
The race starts.
The start was freeze up. I know me alone.
The champions it's the final. The men's 200 meters.
Come choose somebody.
Knighton for the win. $19.32.
Whoa! 1932.
Whoa!
Damn!
Whoa!
Damn!
Whoa!
Damn!
Whoa!
Wait. Damn!
Whoa! Yo!
Wicked!
Oh, them drop it to 1931. Them a try go to 1930. They're lucky.
Wicked!
Yeah.
Oh. Wicked! No, this is the best start I've ever seen him at, and also that curve.
Let me just add this, Levon.
No, it wasn't the curve. It's a straight.
You see when they were in the waiting room, he actually watched the replay of the 200 meters race for the females, right? And automatically he looked at the time and was like, "Oh yeah, all right, this is what I'm gonna do," and that's what he did. 19.31.
Shakes. Can I be honest? This is one of the best 200 meters I've ever witnessed.
Awesome execution.
That was a
Like a top 10, top 10 one.
Top 10. I mean, top 5, bro.
Listen.
Awesome execution.
No, top 10, top. You said best
Guess what? It's a
Levan?
sweep. It's a sweep.
You remember?
No, Vinny, not me. I didn't say top 10. I said what? All right. So I've seen.
No, you said the best you have seen.
So I'm asking if it's top 10.
One off. He said one off.
One off.
He said one off.
So I was asking one off.
I've seen 19.19. I've also seen 19.26. If you ask me, this is either third or fourth right in the mix.
Okay, that's what I want.
Remember, you have 19.30, you know.
Yeah, but guess what? Vinny? You see,
More than 19.30. Hold on, Shake.
Bolt
from 19. But it's not the time, Vinny. It's not the time.
Yeah, it's not the
It's
time.
the execution.
It's
It was well
He
executed.
obliterated the field. So he came off and he was literally going away from them.
All right. First of all, he did this in the straight just like what Blake did when he ran 1926.
Correct.
That curve is it's nothing close to what Bolt did on the curve.
Correct.
So that's the first thing. You understand? So it is on the straight he did this.
No, but and not negating that Vinny, but he's saying that it is one of the best executed 200s, and the time is testimony to that.
Yeah, man, I am not going to say it isn't. It is.
Yeah, it is definitely one of.
That's the fourth fastest time we have ever seen.
History. Right.
In history, we have seen 1909, 1926, 1930, now 1931.
And he did something. He did something a little different than we're accustomed to see Noah Laz do. In the past, the best part of his race is always the ending. That was still the case. However, he improved significantly on his first 100. He got out well.
He did.
Watching back the replay, he reacted well, got out good. He covered Family within the first 20 meters and just kept moving. Got into the straight, still managed to change gear again, and then just attack the straight. That was a well-executed race.
He did. If you look
Family
at it, right?
How much did Family finish?
About quarter or fifth.
I was carrying him to actually spoil the sweep. I thought he would have beaten Bednarek, but his start was way too slow. He just has to learn how to start. He just cannot start like that.
Let's put it into perspective. The last 100 was 9.16.
Had to be.
That last one.
If you look back at the race, and this is what I keep on pointing out that Vinny is actually missing. Is it normally comes onto the curve? Is it normally the one that comes off the curve first?
I agree with that, Levon. I am not disagreeing with that, I am not disagreeing with that.
Gentlemen, do you realize if Family
what I love about lies? What I love about lies, even as I watch the replay.
Hold on, Vinny, before I let you through. If you guys keep on talking about each other, I'll be forced to mute.
Okay. I was just saying what I love about lies. He's not just saying one of the best. Even as you watch the replay, it is the form in which he runs with a while ago. It is, and I guess that's why we are saying it's perfect. We would have seen Bolt run 19.19, and you understand? He was just steady, head straight, coming straight down the track. So he was transferring every single thing into his run.
But I think Coach Q alluded to that. If it was either yesterday or the night before, I believe. No, I think it was yesterday or night before, where he was talking about the form. And I think when we were making our picks, quite a few of us said that, hey, if Noah come off of the curve in first, absolutely no one can stop him. I'll tell you, I never see 19.3. I see 19.4, but I never see 19.3.
We did. Remember, all of us called 19.4. They had the most with it.
Not 19.3.
Yeah, and
man, that's what I'm saying. On the previous streams, some time ago we called 19.4 to be what we think. None of us saw 19.3.
And commenting on the execution, personally as a coach and coaching youngsters, I would use as male athletes Marcel Jacobs and Noah Laz as examples of execution in terms of sprinting form. Noah Laz is very composed. Every step is very deliberate and very consecutive. Same with Marcel Jacobs. So he did not disappoint, and he showed his dominance and his experience over the young Arian Knighton that was totally lost from the beginning of the race.
Coach Q, it's funny you made that point. Not to go jumping, but I like that point because I was listening to Stephen Francis today, and he was saying that years ago, Rennie Simons was in Jamaica coaching. And he, at that time, was supposed to be a really knowledgeable man, one of the best, right? He took Jamaica to the first World Cup. And he was saying that he noticed a lot of Jamaican coaches, nobody came and watched what Rennie Simons was doing. He says a lot of us Caribbean folks tend to act like we know too much. So I like the fact that you alluded to Jacobs and Lyles, because I was watching Jacobs the other night, and he was hurt, mark you, but his execution was so perfect. When he runs a straight line, right? And his drive, he makes no mistakes pretty much. He just everything goes one way all the time. And it's good that you make that. So we're always learning. We don't know enough, but sometimes we tend to act like we know too much. And it's good that you make these athletes out as good examples that coaches can use and show to their athletes how it is done properly.
Definitely. Yeah, no wasted energy.
All right, Shanks, go ahead.
Yeah, I remember when we were previewing the championships, and I was one of them that had Knighton for third, and that was because of his age, where I said that, listen, a bronze is good enough for him at his age. And it's clear that he did not execute his best race just a while ago. Bednarek, continuing on that medal that he got at the Olympics, right? Consistency is always key. But guess what? What Noah Lyles just did, right? I have a simple question. I mean, outstanding, right? Outstanding. We have always heard the notion that he's the one that can threaten, right? But in terms of this run just now, I know y'all were talking about his run just now compared to a Johan Blake and a Usain Bolt. But my simple question, which one was more impressive just now? Shericka's run or Noah's run?
It has to be Shericka, because Shericka runs a 100 meter.
What?
Runs a 200 meter. Just like you saying, Bolt, you could never compare Bolt's performance to what Noah did, and I don't like the comparison. But at the end of the day, Usain Bolt had done world record prior, right? And had run 5 hard races prior. So it's no comparison. Lyles only run the 200 meter in these championships. So it's no comparison. He's fresh. Fresh. If you put Bolt
again, Kate, the man wasn't asking about Bolt. He said Shericka versus Lyles.
I'll put it honest. I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest.
It got to be Lyles.
I don't feel like we need to compare the runs. They were both impressive runs. I mean, 19-3-1. We don't think nobody would have even reached down that them time there again. Since when you want to do it, the whole world is shocked. So 19-3-1. Let's put it into perspective. Before
no, man, but Leaford, think about what you just said. Nobody thought that anybody could get there.
That's why I said we should
actually thought that somebody could run 21-4. So
that is why I'm saying.
That's why we need to actually compare it.
The 21-4
saying you can't compare both of them. Right, they're both impressive. That's the point I'm making. The point I'm making is this: they're
but if you had to pick one, which one would you pick?
I can't pick none because they're both that impressive.
Notice the question, if you had to pick.
And I'll be honest and say I can't, because I'm going to be very patriotic and stick with my Jamaican blood, because 21-4 is unheard of.
Yes. 21-4 is the actual world record right now, if we're going to be honest.
So I don't want to sound biased in what I'm saying. So this is why I'm saying, like, I mean, there's a lot more people. Okay, you know what? 21-4, because there's 2 persons. There's 3 or 4 more times there that's faster than 1931. So if you ask me, 1931 on the back burner, you have 1919, you have 1930. In fact, hold on, 1926, and then you have 1930. So 1931, okay, back burner.
That's exactly what I was
up front.
Front burner. That's my thing to leave for.
So since I'm forced to choose one, Shericka.
Easily.
But that's the question.
Easily. I don't want, the reason why I don't, because again, them say based on sports forensic analysts, them say Elena go win the 200. Remember? So we have to make sure so we say we have put the right stuff
Rico,
out there
come
to
on,
people.
Yeah, put it behind
come
Kems.
on. You know that you know you and I both know that was an emotional pick. You know, remember when Minister came on and I wasn't trying to be tongue in cheek, you know, and that's why I kept on asking him when Marcus was here and we were asking him the questions, and I was asking him that what kind of vision he got about Elaine. I know that Kim's dissected it and spoke about her in terms of it being a very horrible run and whatever, right? But I would like Minister to come back on.
And call us back, please.
Yes, and
Or
give the words.
I'll have to call her back.
I hope that the good
Or him
minister
back.
out of New York is still listening and he will actually give us a call.
And Kems have to explain that 21-6 that he heard about with Elaine, because I was wondering where Kems come from with that.
Why on punishing Elaine
No,
and
he has to
Kems?
explain it.
Kid, he never beat
Kems
you
never
bad.
out
He never
there.
beat you bad. The man.
Kems not coach her. Kems not run with her.
He
Why
got
not
a call
accept
out of
Kems?
arrogance, sir. He says he got a call out of
That the
arrogance.
man athlete. That
He had
time
a dream.
star.
And remember, guys, when Kems was actually giving us the information, his phone turned over 2 times.
Yes, twice. No, 3 times.
Oh, 3. Oh, sorry. 3
And he
times.
light up the whole chat because everybody was liking when Kems come on. Kems was like, "I have breaking news," and Levon
Exactly.
took off everybody and
Yeah,
give them the entire
and I mean,
screen to
Levon
himself.
even asked if that is what he was really coming
Kem,
with.
show the wall of your face, man. Yeah,
And Levon took everybody off the screen and give him the entire screen to himself.
Kems got too strong, man.
That was strong. So we have to come at him strong.
So you're what now? Spend time talking about Elena. We didn't spend time talking about the real winner. Again, I'm not going to stop saying it. I remember when I put it across to some fellas before she really came to the prominence in the 1 and the 2. That man tell me that I was talking madness. I said that this lady was capable of running 10-7 easily last season. They said that I'm mad. Tell them that she's going to do something in the 2 bill special. Again, then tell me I'm a bad man. She's not going to be about 21-5. All right, so here it is, Shericka Jackson. After big her, man, you know why?
National record.
She's from my place. She's from originally from St. Anne, so of course I have to
Oh,
give
you're
her.
from Ochi? Yo.
You see, next time you interrupt me, I will kick you out.
I don't know where you come from, Ochi. I mean, you must see nice game chat and you tell me, say, Ochi you come from, but.
Next time you interrupt me, go on, man. And don't say you want me so fine, but let's say I will. But yeah, she has been improving leaps and bounds, man. And if we're going to go by what she has done this season, and then Frano tell us that expect way more from her next season, then I'm all for it, man. But let's talk about her progression. Coming down from the 4, I know to be the second fastest woman alive. And I mean, a particular man in this stream can't tell us anymore that Elaine is the fastest 200-meter runner living. So yeah, that's what I'm
I never once said Elaine was the fastest 200-meter woman. I said she's the fastest woman alive, but she still is.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, you said the fastest 200-meter runner.
Yeah, but we have to specify now. In the 100, yes, she is.
We
In the
definitely
200,
have to be specific now because
we have to
she
be
had it in 1 and 2. Kems don't get technical. You're already in the bottom of my barrel. Don't dig a hole. Don't bore a hole in my barrel. Just go and chill.
But all right, Shakes, I'm gonna start with you, Shakes, because you have been a huge fan of Shericka for a while now. So talk us through what you just saw from.
I remember when I got beaten on the stream last year. When I said that Shericka Jackson, if any woman is going to break Flojo's record, the only person that can do it is Shericka Jackson. Oh Lord, a man in yellow would have killed me.
So is the record broken? Like, is the record broken?
Kems,
He might go this season,
Kems, listen to the words that I just said. If the record is to be broken, I know your mind is clouded right now. I know the bag was over your brain, but guess what? Listen to the words carefully.
Boss, I will still if we talk about the progression, boss. Just talk about that now. We have a lot of people want to talk, boss. I will leave over there.
All right. Sorry. Let me give you the chance to talk then. Go ahead, Kems.
No, I don't want to talk, brother. Just talk, man.
You can't talk, man. Can't take your tongue. Man, quiet.
Just talk, the boss. You tell me about,
All right. So Shakes, what I wanted to do, let's discuss the race, man. What I thought about Shericka's execution.
Shericka. We all know what happened in terms of last year, right? And she was livid. And I knew that she would always use that as motivation because she knew that she miscalculated at least a silver medal, right? Coming into this year, she has not had the sort of speed that she needs in terms of for the 100 meters. But guess what? The work that she has put in with her coach, she knows that she is the best. And we have seen that all season that she's the best 200-meter runner out there. And it was very evident that based on what she kept on doing at the national championships and even in the rounds here, because it's something that we even discussed since night in terms of whether or not her semi-final was better than Elaine's, and most of us agreed that her semi-final was better than Elaine's in that she had more left in the tank, right? And the performance that she put down, she came off the curve, brilliant start. She has improved as a starter. That's very key. That she has improved as a starter. I know that she would have been up on the person in lane 5 coming in. Shelly has the better start overall, so no problem. Coming off the curve, she's just right there behind Shelly. Once you're there, in terms of her 400-meter endurance, that's going to take her, because if you realize from the 120-meter mark to the finish line, she kept pouring away from the field. That is somebody that you know is in tip-top shape, because whereas Shelly was dying in terms of holding on, SHERICKA just kept on going stronger. In that race just now, SHERICKA did not dip. SHERICKA needs to learn to dip, right? That's something that she can work on, dipping in a race. All she did, she just ran straight, upright, because, yeah, she's a 400-meter runner by trade. But it was excellent execution in terms of from 120 to the finish line. And what can we say? The time is there to show it.
All right. Ryan, what you thought of Shericka's performance?
Bro, Shericka has improved leaps and bounds this season. Last season, she was good, very good actually. However, she was beaten left, right, and center by Mbomo in the 200s. So, and then she also miscalculated her Olympic run when she was surely locked in for a medal. So, I am glad that she has used her mistakes last season to improve herself. And I'm sure the coach pointed out her mistakes and they worked on it, which is why she's where she's at right now. I agree also that her 400 strength comes into play in terms of how she ran throughout the 200. But what is also impressive is her start. She never normally have the best start, but she has gotten better with her starts in the 100 and also the 200. So yeah, big improvement by SHERICKA. And right now that time should be the official world record, because the other one shading, this one there's no
Stop,
shading.
stop
I'm
discredit
not going
the
to
thing.
stop. I am not
You
going
were
to
not
stop.
there. Were you there?
I am not going to stop.
You're working off hearsay. Everybody
Yeah,
in here is
yeah.
working
I
off
work after
hearsay with that.
years fair and other things. Just like our years of slavery did keep other things in war sport. I will believe it. So that's where I work with.
Now, well, 21, well, Flojo still has the world record, and that is the world record we are working with. Until that is broken, that is the world record.
And
If
it and
if
hopefully and
SHERICKA here
hopefully
own, if
and
SHERICKA
hopefully
here
I'm my
own
time for
world
talk.
record,
My time for talk, you see, I don't want to talk. Hopefully next season SHERICKA wipes away that tainted record.
that won't happen.
Definite.
All right. So, Kid, go ahead. Tell us about SHERICKA. Because it's all about SHERICKA right now. So I'm going to get everyone.
SHERICKA, honestly, since last year, for those of us who pay attention to the sport, I said that SHERICKA would dominate the 200 this year. And I thought she would have dominated the 100 as well, to be honest. But Shelly is no easy person to dethrone. And so, SHERICKA, all credit to her. Actually, I didn't say it, but I know her mother pretty well. And I know her dad. Her dad used to be a police officer in Center and Mr. Jackson. I didn't know SHERICKA, surprisingly, but I know her mother for years. And how I actually knew that it was SHERICKA was her daughter. I was on Jamaica on vacation last year, and I run into her mother. She said, "Do you know that SHERICKA is my daughter?" And then I started looking at her, and I realized the resemblance because she looked exactly like her mother. So they are from Ocherius. They're from a place in Ocherius called
Sharp.
we call it Taylor, or some people would call it Hyattsfield in St. Ann Ocherius. That's where her mother is from. Her dad is Police Jackson. So it's good for her family, good for her. I'm really happy for them. I know the family well, as I said. I don't know Shericka, but I know her mother pretty well and her family. And I'm happy for her. 21-4 is nothing to scoff at. The world record will maybe come this season because she already run 5 hard races before this one. So who knows? And I think both records could come this season because these athletes are going to have one-off race to come. So we'll see.
All right. Leaford.
Yeah. I mean, as we can see, it was an immaculate race. And just like we can say progression, I know, for the last couple of nights we've been talking about peak and chronological training age and progression. And that's what you are seeing right now. We're seeing Shericka coming to form. She's at her peak or close to her peak, which the years of track and field, like I said, me say 8 years. So she about her what? But this is what her 4th or so professional year, if I'm not mistaken. 3 to 4.
More.
So which match up
More.
to
I
right.
remember I for count 400.
She won a couple of silver in the 400.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. Me I count it ago. So pretty much, so she really at that point in her career right now, where she's more than a seasoned vet.
She won a bronze in 2016. 400.
Okay.
Leaford, can you repeat that term that you use so I can write it down, please? I think that's an
Which one?
term. The chronological something.
Yeah,
Training age.
the training age or chronological training age. So it's like me, for example, professionally I ran for 7 years. I did 4 years in college. Prior to that, I was doing high school running. So we do 7, then 4, that's at 11 right there. So and then we count the high school, the 8 or so in the high school at 20 years I look on really. But we can't count the 8 they really from high school because it's a different level of training as regards professionally. You know what I mean? So for her now, like I said, she's at that point of her career where she's very close to her peak, if not peaking right now. So that is what we are seeing that's taking place. Yes, we have seen her change even her mechanics. And it not like her mechanics did bad anyways. So you can say, she changed her mechanics, you can look on her hip position. So she did a whole lot of work, and that is why she performed the way she performed. That race she did it, she ran a perfect 200. That's what she did. She ran a perfect 200. And I know we're talking about dipping to the line. Dipping to the line actually will throw you off more than actually make you go faster, to be honest. It might slow you down than more than go faster in certain events. You know what I mean? Because now you have to go stop your normal running motion now if you go try to start dip and try and lead. So if you don't do it correctly, you're in trouble. So, she did the right thing with just running, just keep her running. Cause, I just think, but it was a perfect race. She ran a perfect race. We all see this coming. We're not surprised. Nobody on the stream is surprised. I don't think nobody, even in the world right now, is surprised by Shericka performance, to be honest with you. We was watching, just hoping that she actually, fulfill we need pretty much.
Yep. All right. Kems.
I guess, pretty much, I think everybody really say, a piece of everything. As Leaf would say, a lot of persons who undercover, I think, Levon, you were one of them, being from Shericka, decided to do the switch, you were one of them who was bigging her up. But really and truly, from she ran that 21-5 at the national trials, then the whole Jamaica started behind her now. Because before, it was still quote-unquote Shelly and Elaine. And then when she ran that 21-5, then, everybody has a Shericka, and then she just continued improving. Listen, we can say whatever we want to say about MVP, we can say this, we can say that about them. But it must be said, they must be doing something right over there where everybody who go into the lab just come out great, and it's just, but as Leaf would say, I think she executed a perfect race. I think she had enough confidence because, from the semi-final, she said she can go much faster, and she will. She said she had a little bit of stumble. A lot of persons who see Shelly get out that fast would probably lose form and anything. Shericka just trust her training. This is where you trust your training. You trust your training, and I'm sure Coach Q will elaborate on it. But you trust your training, you trust your work, you trust the instructions from your coach, and you just go through your natural progressions of the race, and then you'll catch who you're supposed to catch. And that is the time that you run, and this is now the second fastest time ever, and currently, as you guys said, the fastest woman in the 200 meters, and it cannot be understated. She must be celebrated because that is absolute greatness. I've always said, greatness is all that is required, and Shericka delivered that greatness.
All right. But you know what, Kems? I think you fell in the trap with the minister. The minister gave you hope, built up your hope. I always tell you guys, the only hope that I know is of gardens and of pastures. Otherwise, on those, no hope required.
Who
But
is saying hope?
Coach Q.
Minister earlier on.
Oh,
But I say,
minister, sell me a dream to myself.
Are you selling minister first and sell your back, Are you first
but,
selling your and sell your back in?
but you know what though? I saved the best for last one because I want a real complete breakdown from a coaching perspective. So, Coach Q, talk us through Shericka's race.
Excellent run. 21-4 definitely puts her, she's, head and shoulders above everybody else in the world right now over the 200 meters. The best part of her race was the last 100 meters. And that's where you see the relationship between the 100 meters, her 100 meters flat speed, and the strength from her 400 meters. Personally, the area of the race that probably needs the most work is the corner. She wasn't really hugging the corner. She's a bit tall, kind of didn't look like she was really getting the strides that she needed to get around the corner. But once she got in the straight, you could see where she got comfortable, and she just really zeroed in on her execution. As Kems alluded, this is something that you must have practice as far as execution wise. And it is always like a majority of the time you listen to an interview by an athlete, the most common word used in all those interviews are execution. So and I mentioned yesterday, you want to run a race, you can repeat. So once you're executing a particular way, you're not going to go into the finals and try to run something different. That is where their inexperience comes in. That is where you lose at when it counts. Shericka showed her dominance, showed her strength. She was determined. There was a little part of the clip that showed when the official time came through. She seemed a little disappointed because she was really gunning for that world record. And I give that shows big heart, and I tip my hat to her for even considering that after running 5 rounds of competitive races, running 3 sub-1100 meters, then running 2 sub-22s, 200 meters before coming into the finals for another one. So, to be able to still produce a time like that, it is extraordinary. She is a powerful athlete. She's built as we mentioned yesterday when we talked about Warholm. She is right now a machine. I always say when Frano speaks, you can literally look for those quotes in the Bible because he does not miss. He doesn't talk a lot about athletes and stuff in terms of where he expects them to be. But if he says she's going to be way better, going to be way better than she is now, going to be challenging records and stuff, you best believe only she can mess that up. Right? Because that is from his perspective. Yeah.
Quick question. Do you think that she has there's a possibility that she can break it before the season is out, the 200 record?
I believe so. There'll be a few diamond leagues. I'm pretty sure taking advantage of some of the fast tracks as we mentioned earlier and good conditions. For those diamond league meets, that's when she'll be running for times. So she won't be running so much, I guess competing, but she'll be running for time. As long as she stays in shape and carries it through the season, I think we can see her really getting down to that world record, especially in a case where she just has one run. It's probably the coach will definitely. I have no doubt. I'll never give Stephen Francis any pointers I would more want him to give me all the knowledge. So as far as getting them ready, he will always be successful at that. I think last year after Elaine's dominance in the 100-meter at the Olympics, he actually said in an interview that he was looking for her to go faster at the Diamond League meets. Seeing that they have one runs and stuff, just get executions going through. So I'm pretty sure the same expectation will be brewed for SHERICKA for the rest of the season.
Okay.
All right, and what would be well, it already been super for her, but what would cap it off is the fact that one, she has run 10.73 a PB in the 100 meter, 21.45 a championship record, a PB, and also a national record. All is missing is a world record in that 40. So,
and gentlemen, Kems, just to him, he's making a point. He's alluding to what he's saying, right? The race. What was the win reading for that race? No. It's important. It's an important.
No, kid, I understand, but wait till the man don't talk, boss.
Don't just ask him something, boss.
0.6.
0.6. Okay. I'm looking at something. That's why I asked him. What was his stats? It's just a question. I wanted to because I didn't see the places. Kems.
Never, the man just can't help himself, man. Like literally, it's like the man does see nothing wrong with it.
I don't say nothing wrong with it, I just ask because me I write down something more of facts,
All right, you put it in the farm book.
Yes, tell us you feel classy and you can't tell me otherwise. I feel a couple class well, man.
Sir, you bring on some schoolmate them. I never finished less than second in a class.
No, I think the problem is you know too much.
Yeah,
probably.
Know enough.
Is either you know nothing or you know too much.
Too much, right?
Can I add something, Levon?
Sure.
All right. So just now, Shelly, she ran 11:03 for the first 100 meters. SHERICKA ran 11:04.
Wow.
So stop and think about that when I was saying that SHERICKA has improved as a starter.
Yes.
Also, SHERICKA ran the last 100 meters in 10.41.
It's crazy.
That is a crazy time.
So remind me what we were wrong, Sheikh Sam. What did they say that SHERICKA was going to win by how much meters again?
I said that she would obliterate the field.
I said by 10 to 15 meters, eh?
Yes.
How much did she run by?
By about 10 to 15.
Definitely not 10 to 15.
Not 7 or 8.
Listen, it's 200 meters and the ladies are sprinting. That 21.4 and 21.8 is not 7 meters apart.
So what you're saying, it's less?
Thank you.
Yes.
Coach Q, I like when you're on here, because you have a particular individual on here, like to try and trick the crowd, like say know more than them really know. So
how much you did before?
Let me ask you this: the gap between Shelly and SHERICKA just now, you don't think that was 10 meters?
That definitely not.
Oh, okay.
Not 10 meters.
Definitely not.
I said about 7 or 8.
10 meters would be the distance between her and probably Elaine. Don't as in all right. So take what you're seeing.
Yeah, that would be like a full second.
Yeah, what you're seeing is actually how they put the cameras are positioned. It looks like a big gap.
But
when you're on the track, when you're on the track, and people are running at top speed. First person got you at 21.4. If somebody comes in 10 meters behind, is almost 23.
World second or something.
All right.
Thank you, Coach Q.
And you have to keep in mind that is just 0.4. 0.4. Nobody covers 10 meters at the last 10 meters or 100 meters in 0.4.
Yeah. Hey, this guy.
Shakes. I think it was probably between,
But you know that it would actually
five.
be close. It would actually be close to 10 meters because she actually did
No,
that
that we
last
would
100
no working it
meters
out now in my head. It will be about
in
3 or
10
4
point.
meters.
She did her last.
Yeah, you see, you seen
100 meters in 10.41.
yeah that the and
It's all right. I'm gonna work out the maths.
Yeah,
And
coach is right. It will be about 3 or 4 meters. In my work that out in my head right now. No, sir.
all right. So give you an example.
Oh,
You see,
that.
the next time you look at the track, the distance between there's some white lines that you can see on the track between there and the finish line is about 13 meter. All
what
right.
was
So
Shelly's
look,
time again? 21 what?
21:81.
81.
So you can look at when she goes through the finish line and where Shelly's position.
So she win by 0.36 of a second over Shelley. And 1 second would be 9 point something meters. If you're running 21 something.
Does it matter?
There's actually about 3 meters, man.
It matters. Don't think it matters.
And here what? Before we continue, we have hit the 700 likes mark. Thank you guys.
Awesome. Big up.
Awesome job, man.
Big up.
Love it, man. And we have hit what? How much? 2008.
All right, so Mego, you know me, Levon, you know me at this time of night. I'm
Schoolwork, eh?
thing to do, right? But I just want to say one thing, to really Levon and Coach Q and listen, Coach Q. I said it a little bit earlier, me have to end on this note. I said it. Should Ilian be the one to make the sweep not because listen, sweeping the 100 for the men, USA men, sweeping the 100 for us women. Now there's another sweep for the 200 for the US men and no sweep for the Jamaica women. And that is we're only looking at one person right now. I just think it's a bad look, right? I just think it's a bad look. And I beat this point down all the way to the ground and I'll beat it again. I don't know. When you're on top of the world, you don't leave. Listen, I am not leaving Apple to go work at GameStop. I am not. That's just what I'm not doing.
Agreed, Kems.
That's what I'm not doing. Especially when I'm about to be the CEO at Apple, and then never leave a GameStop to go be an attendant.
Bro, I think if Elaine wanted to jump, personally, I think she jumped 1 year too soon. That's just my feeling.
Especially when you don't have any luck in the World Championships. Like
Exactly.
Agreed.
And you are so close to the record. Just one more season, you never know what could have happened.
All right, so
you're on top right now.
You know that it's really this year would have contributed to her legacy because as a double Olympic champion, Kems is right when he mentions that she don't have no luck. You need to change that luck.
Exactly.
So Corey, I know you're in a coaching circle and it's kind of like a little fraternity. So I know certain things they won't really comment on. But someone sent me a text right after this race, right? Somebody in the track and field circle. They sent me a text right after the race. And I want you to tell me what you think about it. Or if it makes any sense to you whatsoever. So someone said that Elaine left MVP to allow her career to falter, but to try and build her husband's career.
Correct.
So him as a coach now, right? Remember, so now you get the fastest woman in the world, right? So now anything what she achieves or anywhere she ascends, it is now a reflection of you because you are now the coach, right? So they're saying, Elaine, but then there is a thing for the athlete now that you can now fall back. But so you are willing to risk your career, taking a little bit of dip with the hopes of raising your husband's quote-unquote track and field level out there. Does that make any sense to you?
I won't speak on personal business. So whether the choice of hers is to, for her husband and stuff, that is their personal business. I think the move clearly it wasn't wise. You wouldn't deem it as a good move. right after the highest point of her career, going into back-to-back world championships coming up, then another Olympics where you could really, show some dominance. There clearly must have been something that she was really unhappy with, that in terms of she might have left for the sake of her sanity, and clearly something was pushed her out. She might have been trying to seek her way out for some time. Remember the same thing with Shelley. Before she actually left, there were rumors of her leaving before, where she left, and then because of the contract with Nike, she had to come back and whatever the case, and until she finally officially left and went to coach Walcott. And the same could probably be said in terms of the intention, because Walcott used to be a part of Frano's group, then went and started his own out in St. Elizabeth. Then it got the likes of Shelley and stuff now, and to the point where Shelley, people blamed Walcott for the reason why Shelley didn't win the Olympics last year. All right, don't forget that. So it is quick to point fingers when the transition, and just like Shelley in that transition in here, didn't get the goal, but got personal best last year, and then came back the following year to boost again. Whatever the intentions were and reasons are for her leaving, that's clearly she didn't disclose that fully, so that's clearly her personal matter. We can speculate from now till Jericho.
Absolutely, and I'll say one last.
All right, go on.
I'll say one last thing. As of tonight, Elaine Thompson Hero name can no longer be mentioned in the GOAT conversation. No longer.
You can't stop it.
No, listen.
Yeah, you're coming from an emotional space.
No, Corey. And I can Corey. I can.
Yeah, he is.
Remember, no,
He's the one that the Olympic is the biggest event.
No, but still, World Championship still matter, even though Olympics is the biggest. Listen, it's a full CV. Not only Olympics, it's a full. Corey, remember you tell me, and I'm taking this from you, coach. You said every time you line up, there's no excuses. So all those Achilles things what we used to mention for Elaine, do we have to throw those out the door, because she lined up in the race to run, right? And she has been disappointing. When was it? 2017 and 2019, right? She has been disappointing those 2 years. And I'm saying, and then now in 2022 in that 200 meters, and people say, oh, she run injured. We don't know nothing. The only thing we know, she go on the track and she disappoint. So as of tonight, no matter what she do, moving from now to the next Olympics, she is disqualified from the GOAT conversation, and she will never be registered as a GOAT in track and field.
That's too emotional.
One second, coach.
Who won 5 Olympics?
You mentioned
and scoff at it. It's nothing to scoff at.
Hold on, let me go now.
That's nothing to scoff at. Don't say that. The better you say not in your GOAT conversation. But in
CHAMPS has been emotional
in the conversation.
But hold on a second though. Since I was on there on the GOAT argument, you know what? Let's train a GOAT. You see that British commentator? That man deserves some GOAT status. That man is normal, fam. That man is crazy.
Great. Listen. I know, Ryan. When Coach Q come back, I guess I can answer the question. All right, go ahead, Ryan. Because Kid never get back to you before.
Yeah, man. I'm going. You mentioned Walcott earlier, Coach. Read that he was taking the blame for Shelley not winning the Olympics. Don't you think he learned from the mistakes he made last season overrunning Shelley? Gone.
All right, I'm so forward.
Can I add something to what you were saying, Kims, before you attack Kid? Because you mentioned about the coach, right? In terms of, and coach never answered the question, because he was trying to be very politically correct.
He can't answer. Yeah.
So he literally avoided the question, right? But guess what? When you said that she went to him and people were saying that, okay, all right, if she does well this year, it's clearly a boost for his career. But you have to look on it vice versa. That guess what? She has failed miserably in terms of coming, and this is comparing where she was last year to this year. Not comparing her as an athlete overall, just comparing her at her highest point. She has failed miserably this year. And with the coach obviously going to get a failure rating. He has to get a failure rating.
So let me shed some light, especially on like coaches and programs. When interview with Glenn Mills about Oblique Civil. And he did mention that, well, when Oblique came, the first year was worst year. He had a 3-year plan. So the first year was definitely not expecting much. And, as he progressed, the 3-year plan was to get him to the point where he is today. Um, Generally, once any coach that gets an athlete, very rarely off the bat you'll find them for the first season being dominant or being on the form that they were under the previous program, because training regimes change, training focus change, how you attack energy systems, all of that is different. So the body has to become adjusted and adapt to that sort of training regime and sort of exercise. It's almost like a breakdown to rebuild.
Coach
So
Q.
I can tell you that the decision, everybody talking about the timing, yeah, fine, but it could actually be a decision. And I, respect her husband as a credible coach.
Yeah.
It's not somebody that just got up and said, okay, my coach, just for coach's sake. And I'm pretty sure that's a conversation he would have had to say, like, all right, listen, this cannot be a plan for next year. We're not focusing on next year, but we're trying to get the following year.
Coach Q.
Coach, I get all of that, but do they normally fall off this, brother?
I won't say it's real bad because she ran 10-7 this season. The 200, clearly something was off. I guess her and the coach can, pinpoint where that fell off. But it's just as we've said that we spoiled. So it's not, if she came to the Olympics around 11 seconds in the 100 and stuff, then clearly we don't have an issue. 10-7 is pretty much the Jamaican norm for female sprinters. If you go there, once you run 10-7, you're supposed to always run 10-7. All right. If Shelly ever got to a meet and run 10-8, they're gonna say, "What? You did that jump 10-8 at the heats at the semifinals, world champs. Now you come out dead around 10-8. Yeah, it's we kind of, but there is a lot to consider and to look at when you talk about progression or digression of athletes, especially with transitions.
But Coach Q, this is, and I know you're speaking, truthfully, and I know you're speaking raw facts. But Coach Q, what I'm saying is that I see a Shericka Jackson leave the 400, come in the 100, and automatically hit the ground running. I see a Shelly and Fraser Price leave and go over there and automatically dip below 10-7. These are things I'm going to see with my own two eyes. Why is it that Elaine always have to be the sacrificial lamb? Why she always have to be the one where always have to learn everything all over again? Why she always have to be the one where, she have to be slow before she get fast? Why it always have to be she?
Kems, can I say something quick? Let me say this. So you make some examples. Let us look at the examples that you made. You use Shelly and Fraser Price. Shelly and Fraser Price, while she might switch persons, some of the regimes remain the same, right? Let me break down Frano's.
Because they share the same coaching philosophy. Again, Coach Walcott was under Frano's tutelage.
If you're in MVP, training is at 5 a.m. in the morning, right? And it's not just done because Frano wants to train at 5 a.m. It's done, it's calculated for a reason, right? Which means if you're a part of that club and you like to party or go out, you cannot do it, right? If you like to do things outside of the norm as an athlete, it's to get you focused. That's number one. Number two, Frano has a different system than, say, what Elaine is now into. What Coach Floyd is trying to say to you is that when an athlete switch camp, everything changed, right? So it takes time. No, we're not saying her coach is bad because we know he's not a bad coach. We are simply saying to you that it's a different thing and it's not going to just jump in for her and work like that. It's different. So you have to give it time to develop. We're not saying she's going to be terrible. Just give the program time.
Can I ask one question, Kid?
Sure.
You say he's not a bad coach. What makes him a good coach?
I was just about to say that.
Yes. We know him. And
Kid.
We know him and we know some of the things that he has done.
Kid, I'm not asking for friend and company answers. I'm asking a serious question.
I'm telling you that he has done an extremely good job.
What makes him a good coach?
Cameron Blazers. There are some of the athletes that he has worked with that has done well. I'm saying to you, he's been working with Cameron Blazers. They are not the greatest group, right? But they are still learning and they're developing their craft. And they have done flight
I can adjust. As Leaford said in 2015, he was very instrumental in terms of Leaford's progression. He under the Cameron Blazers, he has created a few, I guess, diamonds out of a couple roughs. Getting a couple. He coaches Michael, so they're getting a couple of athletes that were deemed to nothing to be to the point where a couple of them will final at the national trials. So it's just a case that he has not received a high-profile athlete or had enough time, as I said, to develop somebody to the level of a Shericka or an Elaine.
But Coach Q, you haven't had a high-profile athlete, and I've heard your name ring around many times out in the Jamaican space, and I'm not comparing you to him. But what I'm saying is that, Quarry, when you are great, it is known. This is not a secret. When you are good, it is known. It is not a secret. Right? Like, these are things that are known right in front of you. If we have to dig deep to know how good you are not good.
Correct.
James,
what make him bad? Because he never run good?
No,
so he's automatically bad.
Coach Q, no. As in, if you do proper analysis of somebody over the years, it's simple. If you can't bring somebody to the fore, and when I mean to the fore in terms of significance, so if you're not getting somebody to do well at the World Championships or somebody doing well at the Olympics, that not make you a good boss. That actually makes you an average coach.
Coaching is a process. Flight take, I heard the name Ricardo Cunningham, a guy, me used to be cops together in Jamaica as a cop. And Flight take him, right, from nothing. He literally run and jump over the hurdles and fix some things for him. And the man make it to London 2017 World Championships. What we're saying, Frano, right? Frano will tell you. When Frano started working at Wilmers, he didn't know half the things that he know. He didn't have any certification in coaching. So what he did, he looked at Mr. Mills, who was a good coach at the time. He looked at Herb McKinley, who was at Calabar at the time, right? And he went around and looked at the few coaches who were in Jamaica and look at what they were doing and develop his craft. He got Bridget Foster Hilton, right? She was in Hilton to the World Championships in 2000. And she didn't do as well as people thought. And then he started building a name for himself. This guy is young, so it's going to take time for him to build a name.
Hold on. I have a question. So, Kid, on your point, who did Okil Stewart learn from?
Listen, as I said,
he learned from somebody.
No. Hold on, Kid make a bad example a while ago. A real bad example.
I'm saying to you that Jamaicans in general, right? Sometimes
Kid, answer the question that I asked you.
I'm telling you, he has observed other coaches. He has.
Kid, you don't want to hear that, Kid. Answer my question.
Kid, if you're not answering the question.
But I'm telling you, I'm not going to call anybody specifically.
Let me speak on what you just said, because you mentioned Frano. But there's a big difference with a man that is a genius, that can actually observe things and be very analytical and then implement them, which is why people have not been able to replicate what Frano has done. Because guess what? People don't seem to realize, that Stephen Frano Francis is a science genius. That is the first thing,
What year you said he got Bridget to the World Championship?
Somewhere in
2001. I think 2001.
And Bridget was the one. Bridget was a star athlete at the time?
No. She was not a star athlete.
But she was an up and comer.
She was upcoming.
And he started with an up and comer. So why should an up and coming coach start with
his first athlete was Asafa Powell, right? Asafa Powell was his first breakout.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So he worked his way up.
His first breakout performance in male was Asafa Powell.
Correct.
Right? And I'm saying to you guys that you have to give things time. Coach Q is here as a coach now, but he's still a developing craft. And I'm sure he's going to look at what Frano does, right? He's going to look at what Mr. Mills does, right? Whoever he can get close to and learn. And that's the craft. So you have to give him time.
I think that's a false equivalence to do.
Exactly.
Because you're saying that Ilian is a top tier athlete.
Thank you.
Versus a Bridget who was an up and comer. It's not the same thing.
No,
exactly. But then again, Ryan, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but 2003 thereabouts, didn't Bridget Foster won a silver medal?
Yes, she was medaling from early.
But that wasn't her first year in the world champion.
She was
And who was
medaling
coaching
from
her at the
early.
time?
You know, the crowning
That was her
moment, the
second year,
crowning moment was just in Berlin with the gold medal.
Yeah.
And who was coaching her at the time?
Frano was coaching her entire career.
Frano coached her career.
But this is it. This is it. Cade
They tried 1999 too.
So Cade keep referencing Coach Q, right? And I'm telling you, I am up here where I live, and I've heard Coach Q name not from Georgians, not even from immaculate people. Huh?
Can't see your head, your head too big.
Yeah, not from Georgians, not even from people from immaculate, but from a wide array of people, and they tell me about leadership qualities, etc., etc., etc. I am saying, for you to take up such a major profile athlete, and I understand it's your wife and all of that, but then I can't find out nothing about this man. Like, I cannot find out how great he is. I know Corey is telling me he's good, and I'm Corey word. I'll take Corey words. Okay, he's a good coach. But I'm saying, when you are good, so much people don't need to talk up for you. It speaks, yes, like it speaks for itself.
Thank you, Kems. Because guess what? Listen.
So right now, it does have no worry, Corey, and I'm not even talking about playing per se.
Let me just say, any day a high-profile athlete come to me, I'm not coming on the show.
Exactly, because that's the same standard. Because they want you to have them at the same level that they come.
No, Coach Q, this is Coach Q. We see what they're doing. We see your pedigree, man. We see what they do with these athletes at Immaculate. So we know that you're doing something. No, Again, Cade, I'm going to ask you the question, and I want a straightforward answer. Please don't give me no beat or no bush.
Okay, I'm giving you an honest answer. I'm saying to you, right? He is in Jamaica, and there's a lot of coaches around him. I know he pay attention to Bert. Not that Bert is anything special in my book.
Cade,
Bert knows his stuff.
What did he learn from?
No. I'm being honest. Bert knows a thing or two.
Cade?
He must have Bert camera.
Ask a question and allow me to answer, sir. Yeah. I'm telling you that he would have paid attention to various coaches like the Casey's, the Bert. He would have gone to see a couple of things. He has been around in front of them for a while because Ian was there. So he would have seen.
And he's been in the collegiate circuit. He's a collegiate athlete.
He has learned. I'm simply saying, I'm not saying that he is.
Again, the question I'm asking is a straightforward answer, I want to know.
Can I give you a straightforward answer?
Who taught him? That's what I'm asking. Who taught him? Not because we go and look for you other years and look there saying that means that you teach me anything. You don't teach me anything.
He teach himself a lot of things. Just like Frano. Frano said most of what he knows, he taught himself.
What's hard to tell me that this man taught himself? What's so hard?
A lot of things you read. Do a lot of reading. That's how you develop.
So Corey, my last question to you, Corey, because I'm going to run off, you know. So my last question to you, right? So we have seen in sports when a basketball player get drafted, after a certain while, they're called a boss. And those things, right? And I'm not going to call this coach a boss. I'm not going to disrespect him to that level. However, we have heard give him time. So let me ask you as a coach. You tell me new program, new technology, new this, new that, new nutrition, new everything. Elaine is now 31 years old, I'm thinking. 31, right? 31. Right? 30. And I'm sure and I've heard that she wants kids and all of that, and we know them things they do. So now, how much time can we, because I'm willing to give him the time. After today, we're not talking about him again. So I'm really willing to give him the time. But how much time thereabout can we give him with that top profile athlete?
Well, the standard for any transition is 2 years to see some real benefit of the program. And then by the third year to see dominance.
So Olympics then?
So yeah, I would say...
Okay.
I would say Olympics.
I'll leave it out. So at Olympics, by them time they probably a coach some big. I know come
on the show. Don't come on this show. Yes, coach. Because these guys on the road say, "Yo, Ken's hard."
So what should we expect next year at World Championship from Elaine?
And Ken's. Let me add
well, I'm hoping that there will be a lot of lessons learned here. I think you're alluding to a question before I got cut off in terms of...
Yes, I was asking you about
Walcott and Shelley. Clearly, they learned from the previous season. If you notice, Shelley ran a lot less races this year. And, keeping in mind, considering her age as well, that, you don't want to be running too much. She literally ran 3 100 meters. Before she come to the championships, and the trials was the one of them. And she ran about the same 200 meters, which could have been very deliberate as far as the plan for the coach, and it worked out. And with Shelley being of age and a veteran, been there, done that, there's clearly a good relationship in terms of a proper sit down and say, all right, listen, I don't think this going to work for me or that will work for me. Can we make some adjustments there and look into it and go on. And as I said, stepping into Walcott's program from Frano is almost a parallel, because Walcott has been Frano's understudy for years before he went and started his own club and started doing his own thing. So you find that the philosophies will mirror. So then they'll be on a little similar coaching path. So it won't necessarily be like a full step over and step back. And in credit to him as well, remember Shelley took that year off, had the baby and stuff. So she that could have been alluded to a detraining year in terms of where she allowed her body to kind of reset to go into a new program. So there are a lot of things
Actually,
a factor to
Coach
consider.
Q, to correct you, she won 2019 under Frano.
She won 2019 under Frano.
Right.
No, well, technically, if you're going to be technical, as much as it was under MVP, she was there but not there.
Yeah, Walcott was.
Yeah, she was there but not there. So she really wasn't really fully with Frano. She was just pretty much under the basis because she was transitioning to leave before then.
Yeah.
So seeing, of course, the disappointment with Elaine, there's high expectations, especially when they set the bar that high from an Olympic year to to a very almost a subpar level. Thank God for at least the saving grace of a medal in the 100 meters. It's hard, and especially I can understand, because this is just us as a group talking and pretty much dissecting the coach. And I know him within himself, as I would, even if it was my wife, would be, boy, where am I go wrong? Yeah, as I said, me as a coach, with my athletes not performing, I look to me first. And then, we kind of see how things go with the athlete. So I always dissect the program and look to me first, and then I say, all right, then we look at all other variables.
The expectations are going to be high in any instance.
And I think that was the thing. If
And
it's
so
a case where
the fans are going to be emotional because they expect a lot from Elaine. But you and I would have understand, Floyd, that you're not going to just step over into a new coach, a new program, and be at the same level and performing the same. Even, let's use an example. Veronica Campbell had a dual relationship, one similar to Elaine, right? Where she made a switch to her husband, and it wasn't really working.
It wasn't that quick.
It wasn't a quick thing, but by 2011, she found a formula, and she became world champion for the first time over 200 meters, right?
Under her coach, under her husband.
Look at these little dynamics in there to understand that you can be working with somebody, but it takes time, because she became world champion under her husband pretty much for the first time. So I'm not beating Elaine husband over the head. I think that people have to give it time. Just look at Veronica. Veronica did win a gold medal with her husband, right? And she won some really good times. So it takes time for people. People have to understand. I said it the other night on this show. Jamaica is changing in track and field. Mr. Coleman, Mr. Mills, and Steve Francis are the three coaches that we know about. And Mr. Wilson, to a lesser extent, who have gone to the international level and won medals with athletes. It's not an easy thing to do, to get athletes to the international level to win medals. Now, the playing field is kind of leveling out. People are getting level 2, level 3, and they're getting all these certifications, and they're watching and observing other coaches. And so that is why, look at this championship. We have medals coming from Mr. Walcott, who's a new man on the block. We had a medal coming from Shanika Ricketts' coach. And our last world championship, we had a medal coming from Frederick Dakers, who is going to be on this show one of these nights. We had a medal coming from his coach. So it's spreading out. And that's why I'm saying to people, just allow the program time. If you be hopeful, it's a good thing to be hopeful.
Yeah, but guess what, kid? Two things to note, right? One, she's not a young cherry on the ice cream. She's 30. Next year, she'll be 31 before the World Championship. So she don't necessarily have time on her hand, right? That's something to note. Two, she also has an injury that she's going to carry through for the rest of her life. Now, if you ask me, because you were asking, somebody asked the question, what should she do for next year, right? I'm surprised that nobody said that, oh, Elaine needs to only run one event next year. It doesn't matter how she feel her Achilles is. But as a medical personnel, my advice to her would be, you can only do one event, because guess what? Shelly is going to be coming back next year. Shericka is going to be greater next year, barring injury, right? Both of them would be on top form. We all expect Shericka to even get better in the 100 meters.
So
So,
suppose Shericka switch coaches is.
go again?
Suppose Shericka switch coach.
They would have killed the coach,
But,
literally.
but hold on, but you see, Coach Q, no, that would be like the daftest move ever. You know why? Because Shericka is just ascending.
So, coach, what I'll say to you, you see, if Shericka do that, it would be like what she did in that 200-meter last year.
Exactly. It would be the daftest move in
Very
sports
premature.
history. You could never ever find something that's dafter than that. Because guess what? She has no Olympic title.
Coach Q,
Right?
where you and I can agree with these guys on, right? Where we can agree with them is that I think we can all agree that maybe Elaine should have stayed another year.
Yes.
Right? That's where we agree with you guys. We think that we should
definitely.
We can't agree with you guys by saying our coach is no good and the program this. We can't agree with you guys.
Yeah, we can. I can make a statement about a program after one. Yeah.
Right.
And
We
and
have
that's coming from a coach.
Right. They can't make a statement of our program after, but we can agree that the switch is we should have stayed another year.
Yeah, it
and
was
then-
a little bit too quick, a little bit
Right.
too premature.
Right.
Yeah,
But
as I
that
said,
was-
she was at her best. I think, especially if she at least go for the world record.
Hey, guess what, Levon? This what Elaine has done is like when Flojo stopped running 1988, I will never see her about 1989. Because really and truly, it's as if Elaine wasn't at these championships, because she was at the top, but not only was she at the top, but in terms of the times, she was so far ahead of everybody, right? So you have to think about it that way, you know. It's not just that she squeezed and photo finish and beat the others, you know. She demolished the field last year
In the
based
200.
based on the times. So to just get up now and you fall from grace, that is obviously a bad look. So next year, as I said, one event. Then she comes back for the Olympics, because guess what? Kems was saying that she disqualified from the GOAT conversation. But here what? The only way for Elaine to redeem herself, and I was on another sports show saying it 2 days ago. The only way for Elaine to redeem herself, forget about the World Championship medals. You have to go to the Paris Olympics to try to get another repeat double. So you'd end up being a triple double Olympic champion. That's the only way you re-enter that GOAT conversation, because that would stretch across.
No one has ever done what Elaine has done. So that's something we can never take away. Although we might feel disappointed, those of us who are her fans, I'm not a fan, I just love Elaine as an athlete.
Yeah.
We cannot be disappointed in terms of her achievements already. She has done something no female athlete has ever been able to do, right? And that's just a big thing. That's there in the books. Unfortunately, you can't wipe it out. She has been double champion. Nobody has ever done that. And so we are disappointed. As I said, I think she should have stayed another year, but I cannot come here and bash her husband. I just think that we definitely have to just watch and see where things go.
But Kate, you don't need to bash her husband.
But that's what a lot of that has been going on.
Yeah,
you know?
no, but you don't need to bash her husband, because guess what? Her husband is not the athlete. Any negative comment.
But take responsibility to some.
Because guess what? Really and truly, who at the end of the day has the ultimate decision to make? The athlete or her husband?
She's their husband and wives, you know. Remember,
No, hold on.
we're talking about a different
Hold on.
situation.
Kid, don't tell me what the whole world know already. Say they're married. She named Thompson
Yeah.
Hira.
When
So
you're
don't
in a
tell me say they're
relationship,
husband and wife. I'm asking the simple question: who has the ultimate decision at the end of the
they're
day?
a team. They're a team, and I think
Come
they
on,
came
man.
together and make a decision. They are a
Really?
team. And when somebody married, when you know married, I'm married. My wife and I are one. I'm not going to say that I'm making a decision on independently. We work together as a team. So I'm saying to you that their decision was a business decision. I don't like dual relationships.
Let me change the tone So I just saw an interview with Shelly a while ago, and the interviewer asked her, of course, the 4x1, and she did say that the intention so far is that 4 different ladies will be running the heats. So none of the 3 ladies that doubled will be running the heats at the 4x1.
Yeah, Shericka
But
also said. Shericka also said it.
I don't know if Shelly's right there because IWF has a rule where I think you can only make 2 changes unless
No, that rule has changed.
They changed the rule.
Yeah, that rule has changed.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying that
Yeah.
Shericka also said it in her interview that she expects to run the finals based on what was discussed previously.
I
Shericka
was not aware
also
of
said
that
it
rule
in her
change
interview
because I
that
know
she.
I don't
Alright,
play for the rule.
So here's Barry. Barry actually said that women's 4x1 relay Williams, White, Nelson, Burchell, not necessarily the harder. So yeah.
So
Okay.
Gentlemen.
that's good.
Any 4 can get us through.
But gentlemen,
Right.
it's soon be time to wrap it up. So
Yeah.
next 7 minutes, so you guys can continue.
I can just wrap up on my perspective for the day. Of course, excellent run with the 200 meters women. Earlier, I wasn't here, but saw Latoya Gould and other young lady making it to the semifinals for the 800. Looking forward to the relay. I think my statement a while ago about the 4x1 having 4 different ladies is the depth of Jamaican sprinting on the female side, where you can not necessarily need in the past like we need at least one to make sure we get through. But we can pretty much be confident enough that we can have 4 other girls, 4 other young ladies that will represent well enough to get us into the finals, which is something that is I think hasn't been really exercised by us in years. So really looking forward to that. I give kudos to Noah Laz. A big up. I love Shericka's performance. I might get some backlash for this, but my favorite performance for the night was Noah Laz's 200 meters. Was a very, very, very well executed race. By standards was pretty good, and I think he has pretty much renounced himself because a lot of persons kind of put him on back burner to put through area 9. So he has really renounced himself as a listen, I'm gonna go on where I'm still right here. I love that. We're going to always bad mind the sweep, the American sweep again. And I'm disappointed that we didn't have a Jamaican in that 200 meters finals coming from a rich background for Jamaica, especially in the 200 meters. Again, so far the championship's not going ideally as you'd like, but we still celebrate the performances for Jamaica and for the Caribbean. Still celebrate those performances that we get out there and the medals that we have so far. It is not easy to go out there. We can always sit here and dissect and criticize, but to be out there on that track, in that circle, on that long jump pit, on that high jump bed, it is nerve-wracking. You get me? So to show up and show out on the day for the ones that do that, kudos. They are definitely head and shoulders above the rest.
I want to close my piece too. First, I want to say thanks to Levon and his team for doing such a splendid job. And for those of you who keep tuning in, keep tuning in. We're gonna be having some of the athletes up here for sure before this thing is finished. I've spoken to a few, and I'm sure, 100% sure, Kenia Sinclair promised us she's gonna be here with us tomorrow night. Frederick Lakers has promised us he's gonna be here as well. So, and I'm sure they probably are watching. So I'm calling them out. They promised me they're going to be up here. But thanks to Levon and his team for the really, really good job they are doing. And thanks to all of you, because this would not have been possible without all of you streaming in from Africa, Europe,
everywhere. That's
the rest
everywhere.
of the Caribbean, everywhere. So big up. And I want to say thanks to Levon also for keeping me in check, because I get emotional at times too when I want my point across. And when I can't get my point across, I just get my point out. Sometimes I'm like, kid, wait the man. And I mean, so thanks for that too. This program is rich. It's a lot of rich. We might joke here sometimes and give the gimmicks, but there's a lot of facts here. It's a rich program.
It's the thing about it, kid, is that that's what made the product what it is. We
Right.
give insights about things, we give the knowledge, but we also do it with fun. Because
Right. That's so
honestly,
LeBron just cut me off. I didn't even stop him, but
yeah, because you're making a
mind
valid
really.
point. Yeah,
But
you're,
but
you're
but but,
you're making a
but
valid
it's
point.
true. But
Because
we
the
are
thing is,
thankful for everybody that tuned in. I saw we had 50,000 views one night. I hope we get another 50,000 on this one. As I was saying, there's a lot of rich knowledge up here. We have about 3 doctors up here, myself included, Bennett, and the current gentleman on screen. We have an experienced coach in Floyd. We're coming way back from George's days, running up and down on the track. Me and Mr. Mills and him and Mr. Pow. We're coming from afar. We have a lot of experience here, a lot of good knowledge. We joke around and so on, but there's a good knowledge. And Levon and team, thanks.
yeah, man, they're in a part of team. The man keep on
All,
saying
all,
it.
all of us. I respect, especially the fans that come here and like,
Kid,
subscribe, and
kid,
share. I
kid,
enjoy it.
kid. The World Championship's not over yet. You don't have to give it
No,
away
but I
just
have
like
to,
that.
me not a big up the team still, and
Vote
I
of
know, I
thanks.
know, I know. I'm just
Vote
struggling.
of thanks to my girl.
I have to big up everybody
Hey, if it's one thing in a Levon, you have to make Kid the valedictorian. If he sits him can't keep quiet during the stream, you have
Levon have
to.
done a good job,
Right,
most time
so
you
this
say
is Shakes. Shakes,
and I
what
just
we're going to do, what you're
just
going to do, is that you say on Sunday when is the final day,
Yeah,
I'll thank the people, but I'm going to leave it
yeah,
all
man.
up.
And then
Leave it all up to
put
Kid.
Kid, you just put Kid alone on
That's
the
exactly what I'm
screen.
gonna do.
Yeah, man.
Because
All of
just
us
like
will be in the
I tell
background.
Coach since night to do the commentary because people request for it. The
Yeah,
valedictorian speech will be led by Kate come Sunday, so of
Kid.
course. But
Well done.
that's what makes it what it is, man. Shakes, go
much
ahead
love,
and
guys. Much love,
go
much love.
ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say big up to Stephen Frano Francis, right? Because I don't think enough has been said about him. When you think about it, he's gonna go down in terms of not just athletics, right? But he is easily one of the greatest coaches when it comes on to sport, full stop, right? Based on what he has worked with, what he has been doing, and what he will continue doing in the future, right? The fact that he could take a 400-meter runner in Shericka Jackson, turn her into a 100-meter sprinter, a 200-meter beast. Oh my God, what can be better than that, right? Um, Outside of that, brilliant running in terms of from Shericka. Noah Lyles, as Coach Q said, yeah, for me, I would give him the nod because whereas I can say that I expected that from Jackson, that was sort of unexpected from Lyles. So I would give him the little edge. And this is me being Jamaican, right? But brilliant running. Because most times you don't get both events combining and giving excellent times outside of Usain Bolt, really and truly, and ET last year, right? So when you get 2 events giving outstanding performances, you have to tip your hat to the athletes, right? Not just the winner, but everybody else that falls in that top 3 because it means that they gave their best to make it such a compelling event, right? I hope that going forward, we get the 1,000 odd people that I saw on the stream tonight. Yes, I know that everybody was
How
looking for
much?
the word.
Producer, what was the highest? And how much? No. How much? You're wrong. Let's say producer watch the show but not pay attention. The producer is saying that the highest was 1923,
Yeah,
but he's absolutely incorrect. The highest was 1984.
1984.
Almost
Okay, all
2,000.
right. Because I was looking for the 2,000, but I know that it didn't hit it. But yes, very diverse in terms of even the callers tonight. Yeah, we had a very few Jamaicans, but it was very good to hear a lot of overseas people, both in the States and
And trust me, there
here
were a
in
lot
the
more calls.
yeah, and
It's
here in
just
the
that discussion.
Caribbean.
It's just that the discussion was so intense that I couldn't
Yeah,
take it because
yeah,
I
here in
saw
the
where I got
Caribbean.
calls from Australia. I
Yeah,
got calls from other places, but I
Yeah,
couldn't take
you
it.
could have tell Kid to shut up and take them call him.
yeah.
Them time
But yeah,
hey, Fly, them time that you have with Mike,
but yeah,
But
man. As I said, I hope that people just keep on tuning in. listening to the excellent coverage. I know that most of the nights I'm just there in the comment section, commenting, always, whether or not I agree with what some of the people say, but that doesn't matter. It's simple. Everybody going to have varied views, and that's important. Once it's nothing erroneous or wide left field,
Or
that
disrespectful.
yeah, that's important, right? So I hope that continues in terms of for the rest of the World Championships and people tuning. Unfortunately, though, it won't last forever, but we hope for sterling performances when it come on to the rest of the championships.
Facts. I'll close by saying, guys, every time that I hear me big up the sponsor, this is the face behind it. That fella down in that corner. So he's the man
Where is
behind
he?
Let's Care Medical. The same man that just spoke. So big up once again, Let's Care Medical, Let's Care Optical. Remember, they
Big
offer
up,
us a
big up.
wide variety of things, man. As I mentioned, eyeglass wear, testing, anything you talk about when it comes down to testing, they offer that, man. And if you want me to just go ahead and just list out a few of them quickly, medical doctor, lab services, medical supplies, asthma treatment, pap smear, HIV test, syphilis test. Come on, man. What are you waiting on? And when it comes down to eyeglass wears and all those things, check them out, man. And remember, they have prescription frames, contact lenses, blue light glasses, sunglasses, glasses cases, contact lens cases, eye care products, microfiber cloth, lens cleaners, glasses repairs, accessories, and high vision testing. Remember, 3 locations, guys. So you have the location in Mandeville, so that is Unit 4, the Annex Evans Service Center, 2 Manchester Road, Mandeville. So yeah, you can check them out there. And also in St. Elizabeth at shop number 2 Fern Village, Santa Cruz. So it's right behind Jane Bank. Once you see Jane Bank, you cannot lost. That's the key thing. Once you see that, so it's directly behind it. So you can't last from there. And last but not least, you're also in Montego Bay on 10 Church Street, St. James. So come on, guys. Show Let's Care Medical, Let's Care Optical some love. And remember, if you use the code SportsFrenzy 2022, you'll get 20% off any eyeglass purchases, eyewear purchases, that is. And also, medical time, back to school time coming up. You'll never find a cheaper deal than this. A medical for $500. This is like way back about 10 years back. Those are the times that I know that these things will cost this less. So come on, people. Give them some love, man. And once again, thanks to everybody that was there. Now go call on him as me keep on telling him because me now go and do it and then go miss out few people and man start feel away. So me now call on him. And big up to the moderators. You did an excellent job tonight, man. I saw all of you guys. You did excellent, man. Garnering over 700 likes. That was wonderful from you guys. And also, man behind the scenes, even though I just give him one kick because the man come to me in 1923, it was actually 1984. But Josh Carl, big up yourself as always. So thanks a lot, man, and thanks to the entire team. And you, the commenters, big up. Until we see again, which will hopefully be tomorrow. Well, tomorrow we're going to be here. Not hopefully, we're going to be here tomorrow. See you guys then. I'm just going to leave you with heads from our sponsor.